Okay. Here we go. Here we go. More Higurashi. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. More Higurashi. I'm gonna die, aren't I? Okay. Here we go. Okay. Audio works. Okay. Oh boy. Alright. Ow, I'm already dying. And we haven't even... Ow. Shit. Well, bye guys. Bye, model. Oh, you know what? This tree is nice. Oh, I'm being dragged away. Oh, bye. Oh, bye-bye. See you later. It's been all... Now, I gotta hand it to you. That's funny. What is my model doing? Do I dare, pray tell, question? Yeah, we'll just leave it like this for a bit. I think that's just funny. I don't know what it's doing. I'm setting up other things, yes? Don't look at me like that, model. Don't look at me like that. I think she's dead. The model has just died. Looks like Twitch was not functioning. Okay, I'm here. I'm here. I'm in. I did what I needed to. Okay. Twitch already has a set path for me, I know that. Can never win. Let's go. End of chapter 10. Now, I partially, thank you for the host, Yoshiro. I partially spoiled myself. Kind of, not really. I didn't spoil myself of anything that happens. 1, 2, 3, 4. I believe there's either 3 or 4 more chapters left for episode 1 of Higurashi. Or I guess chapter 1, but you know what I mean. We already viewed all the tips, so let's go ahead and continue. This was the first time I ever woke with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm should go off, or would go off, sorry. I was amazed at the precision of my eternal clock. I had made preparations the next day of school before I went to bed. Right, we're gonna go get the baseball bat. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I whatever that word is, declared that I would be leaving early, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with an instant coca. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
あら、ケイチ、今日は早いのね。学校の行事か何か？
別に。
Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat.
もう行くの？お弁当は？もうちょっと待ってくれないとできないわよ。
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same as usual. If I did that, it would raise my chances of running into Reina and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone.
今日はいいよ。
じゃあお昼はどうするの？
抜け出して商店で菓子パンでも買うよ。
そう。じゃあこれ、お昼代ね。ちゃんとレシート持ってくるのよ。
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket.
こんなに早いけど、レナちゃんたちもこんなに早いの？
いや、俺だけ。
レナちゃんには早く出るって伝えてあるの？
I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions I made an
レ
annoying
ナが
face.
来たらケイチは先に行ったって伝えてよ。
ちょっとケイチ待ちなさい。
It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed the road to school alone. Okay. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always meet the same people at the same places, but today was different. I didn't meet up with the people I normally would, and nobody was in the places where I would normally meet them. Of course, Reina wasn't in the spot where we'd usually meet, and there wasn't anyone in the spot where we would have met up with me on. I have this sense of fear now, because I know one of these motherfuckers are gonna come get me. The length of the tree shadows, the morning air, the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning to what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before he had enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me.
あら、ケイ
Oh,
チ君。
shit.
今朝は早いわね。みんなで早朝から待ち合わせ？
The person who called me out was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, fuck, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually
今
passed.
朝は早くに目が覚めちゃったので気分転換なんです。あまり気にしないでください。
I threw out a random excuse.
レナちゃんやミオンちゃんはどうしたんだい？今日は一人なの？
ええ、まあ。
I was being asked the same kind of questions my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Reina was each time I passed someone. But maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long, we had always been together. Even if I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Beep, 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 beep. A car horn blared out of nowhere. Even though I was walking lost in thought, the horn was way too close. The mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. By the time I turned around, the van's honking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer in the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It almost felt like there was someone on the opposite shoulder of the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me? Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with painfully cold liquid. That moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. What the fuck? In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper parts, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could dive out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, the moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in a silly pose. I think your pose is the least of your concerns here. Bend my upper body towards the path, the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away just with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as I thought it crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by a deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulders, sending me through the air on like a top, locked in my contorted position. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed it into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising from the paddy, I had enough to glare over the top of it and yell profanities at the driver. Not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly.
待てよクソこれってひき逃げって言うんじゃねえのかよ
I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made my way back onto the road.
これって犯罪じゃねえのかよちくしょう
Shit! I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'll be sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It was a place where you could tear full speed down with a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than it was when it passed me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. This wasn't a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I parted ways with the person that was taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner, but I was lost in thought about kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then the path became narrow, and there was no one else in sight. He floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in. There was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. The cold, vicious sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was a possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy were really out to kill me, then next time they would use a much more reliable method. And if that time came, I was acting like how I was now. Getting covered in mud is the price I paid for that. For my own... Okay. Words, I can't read. Covered in mud, but without injury. I mean, not necessarily. That guy full speed and he got our shoulder hit with the fucking mirror. So we're not exactly without injury. Not even a sprain. Bullshit. I guess this is what you call a silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. We just started, and we already almost got hit by a fucking car. Are you serious? As if this couldn't get any better. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Reina and the others up until now. No, it's because I expected them to believe that there were no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was a possibility of the village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply into the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest if I just holed myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That's just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onagafuchi. A frightening tale of the entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, the whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong sudden flash of sunshine made me feel slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected that it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's face. When I suspected it was the Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. Was it a coincidence? What was it? What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? And who was just a bystander? No, what I really wanted to know was, how did I end up in this bullseye paint with this proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually the answer would form. Wait, an answer in a form I can understand will appear. I don't care when it'll happen. Because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and to keep me alive. I was scared for a sec. I thought someone was going to show up. I remember seeing a metal bat in this gym's storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at the school. I circled around the grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things such as pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily. Then, I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't even be a problem. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in the lockers. Good thing I came early. No one else is here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think of anything that would be an effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find some form of a substitute. A lingering hint of, god damn it, that word. Naivete? What the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen that word ever in my life. Whatever. Whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. Ah! Higurashi! But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into the parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. The worst case, my own house might not even be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, regardless, I'll survive. So long as I live, then I will definitely be able to survive this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way that anything would be a weapon in the classroom. In case of an emergency, there's probably nothing I could nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to use for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store a pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should change later. But first, I needed a weapon. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers, one after the other. They were mostly filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella? If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. It was without a doubt a metal bat. This is exactly what we wanted. Why is this music playing? It was well worn, pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt that it was usable. And that locker reeked of mold. It also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably a locker of the student in a Pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, he probably asked for it back. And at the time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko.
おはようございますです。あらあらあら、今朝はお早いですわね、ケイチさん。
I don't trust you two. If Mion and Reina are pulling some shit, who's to say that you two won't either? I don't trust this. I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back.
なんなんですの、その身なりは。泥だらけでしたよ。
ああ、まあちょっとあってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satsuko began to blush as I expected her to.
レディーの前でお着替えなんてしつけがなってませんことよ。
着替えをじーっと見てるレディもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
Well, glad I've never went to that kind of school in my life. Oh wait, I never had to change in school. Satoko feigned in disgust and went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change.
リカちゃんもレディなら着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
Why is the audio glitching? Stop it!
僕はレディーじゃないですからいいのです。
I'm not a lady, so it's fine. She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes.
じゃあリカちゃんも今からレディだ。
レディーなら仕方ありませんです。
Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me. Oh no.
ケイチは野球を始めますですか？
It seems Rika-chan had noticed the bat.
ああ、ちょっとさ。体がなまってさ。ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
She was talking like an old lady despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped to look back at me once more.
そのバットなくさないでくださいねです。
It seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was open. After quickly changing into my tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began, because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard, and of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known that I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pain if I suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. I doubt that anyone would think that I would be doing something out of the ordinary, which would be the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. The bat was by no means light. The weight of it made a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this weapon would never come. Just carrying her around could deter attacks against me. At least, that's what I hope. Uh-oh.
あれ
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's the fucking psychopaths! Oh, you guys are assholes, and I genuinely hope that a baseball bat flings into your direction, preferably mine. I'm gonna kill you both, and it'll be hilarious. to watch as you fall amongst me. I think I'm getting a little out of hand with this. I really don't trust this shit, if that wasn't obvious. I mean, what am I supposed to trust here? Where do I begin?
ケイちゃん、あんた何やってんの？
Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
ケイチくん、野球部だよ。野球部だよ。
It was Reina and Mion. Yep.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
Staying away from psychopaths like you. That's what I'm fucking doing. Why do you think I'm out here?
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
Are you really though? Hey, what the hell?
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
もちもちでタプタプ。
Okay, you're going insane again.
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
To disrupt Reina from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily.
じゃあまあ頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校教えよっか。そこにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけどさ、頑張ってね。
It seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball and then run past the ball and through it and never change over being a catcher with bursts of super incredible explosive speed. I left dryly at that ludicrous image. I thought that was sound coming in. There was a plane that flew by in real life, and I honest to God thought it was coming from in game. Oh no! Oh God! That's terrifying. I hate that. I practically jumped out of my skin from that.
くそ！何笑ってんだよ、俺！
I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, ow, ow, don't allow anyone to close to me. Don't trust anyone. Don't. I got food. My bad. I even got a drink too. Hell yeah. I was worried that I'd have to drink water. I'm kind of, I wasn't really like hungry by any means. But what I ate earlier wasn't exactly the biggest meal. So I'm gonna eat it now. Oh shit, it's kind of hot. They didn't put pickles on this shit, right? Yeah, they didn't put pickles on this shit. Because if they put pickles on a fucking sandwich, they are the devil. Let's just chill. Nice to hear the Higurashi, you know? Something dropped. Ah, shit. I think I dropped a piece of chicken. I'm worried about what's gonna happen, to be honest. I know damn well something is gonna happen. I really don't trust that Reina and Mion fucking... I don't trust that they think that I'm doing baseball stuff. I got a feeling that they're just like, yeah, no, he's here because he needs a weapon. Or something. Or they'll think me coming early is unusual. So they're gonna, like, think I'm being a... I don't know. I'm already theorizing on this. It's like... We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. The sandwich is pretty damn good. So, like, I don't know what happened, but Streamlabs just decided to hit fucking 360 drop frames just, like, out of nowhere. And that's, like, kind of annoying. Because I'm sitting back like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Alright. Sorry, I just wanted to finish that. Okay. Anyways. Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they make me smile like that, I'll... I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. We don't know that for sure, Keiichi. You're just being a fucking bitch. I'm just kidding. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality even exist? Like how Reina confessed to the doctor. Were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist, and it was possessing everyone trying to kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along, and everything was just Oyashiro-sama's fault. I yelled out, drawing all the power from the pit of my stomach, and raised my bat violently in the air. As I screamed with all my might, I beat the metal bat against the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Forget. Don't be soft. Know your enemy. Like hell I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. I gasped with the sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but I didn't feel like I was asleep either. I know that feeling all too well. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but it kind of felt like I felt a kind of relief at the city of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it of this living hell slowly gnawed away at me. I don't trust this shit. I don't trust this shit. I don't trust this shit. The sound of Reina's voice brought me back to my senses.
ほらほらケイちゃんぼーっとしない。机を寄せて寄せて。
Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right. It was happy fun club time, but I had no intention of taking part. I stuffed my contents into my desk and in my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say I'll be going home now.
なんだよケイちゃん、今日も直帰なわけ？
Milan sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
The tone of words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps disillusioned by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze from four of them, like tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. Reina was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
ケイチ君、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな？
You're really gonna guilt trip. Oh my god! She said it with such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in
そう
place.
いうわけじゃねえよ。
I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I just swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. Okay, so far so good. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat that was already soggy from sweat, realizing that I'd wiped it down my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I've become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears perked up at the sound of threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. Smart. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me like that car this morning? Up until they were in a good location to assault me? Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence, as if there was nobody there to begin with. But I couldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was without question proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for the presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes really passed? Or if I'd been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat, raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing at any time.
おい、いるんだろそこに。
With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade did not budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves.
分かってんだよ。そこにいるのはよ。
I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still they did not move at all. Then I'll go over there myself! With all due vigilance, I approached, step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal.
Lena!
When she realized that I found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't gonna speak a word.
なんか俺に言おうかよ
I wouldn't expect that silence and scream. I wouldn't accept that silence and scream the question at her.
別に、
Hey, do you remember the last time we walked back together? Do you remember what you did? I sure as hell remember what you did. I sure as hell remember what you did. I'm not exactly going to think we're all buddy-buddy in this scenario here. As I pull out a french fry. Want one? Sorry, they've just been sitting out on my side. I couldn't resist. Reina was in panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been
部
falling.
活はどうしたんだよ
ケイチ君がお休みしたから、レナもお休み。
関係ないだろ俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ
だって、ケイチ君のこと心配で。
Thinking about how I've been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could be perceived as strange. So Reina was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was the case, she still wouldn't do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving or gone out right with me. But Reina didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and even matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps deviously and tried to hide her presence from me. Then after she realized that I noticed she was there, she held her breath as if she was hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt she was tailing me.
もうついてくんなよ
Still glaring at Reina, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once
つ
more.
いてくるなって言ってるだろ
だって、レナの家も同じ方向だし。
じゃあレナが先を歩けよレナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く
I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
レナは、ケイチ君と一緒に帰りたい。
Oh, you want to go home with me? After what you did last time? I don't think so. I don't think I'm gonna fall for that so easily. That is no. I'm not falling for that. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out her words in a voice that she knew could cut my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have just called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
ごめんなさい。
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Reina understood what I was feeling inside. Then again, everyone can apparently predict what you're thinking, Keiichi. Even Oishi could. And he doesn't even know us for that long. What the hell?
分かったならほら行けよ
I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. She looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped.
早く行けよ早く
行くから、そのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
Well, I wouldn't have to use this if you didn't seem so threatening the other day. Or, how can I forget, actually? You also snuck into my house. Not necessarily snuck in, but you didn't go into my room like what my father anticipated. You were listening to me talking to Oishi-san. You want to tell me more about that? Reina guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning to use the bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened away from
行けよこれなら文句ないだろ
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, so not as to set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all.
おい、立ち止まるなよ。
Then a powerful gust blew past us, barging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes in my left hand, I swung blindly in the bat with my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Reina didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me? No, she hadn't even budged an inch. I could tell that the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. For a moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of the impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed? Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete. Like Reina and I were locked in this space. Reina did not move an inch. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Reina was the first to break the silence. Instantly altered her stance. I felt like I just witnessed her shift from Reina into the person who looks like Reina. But the voice I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewailing pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Ask me whatever you want. Too shy to even turn around, Reina squeezed out her voice desperately as she trembled.
なんだよ。
どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな
Oh, why do I have a bat? Why, I told you already. It's for baseball. I was wanting to practice my swings. The question Reina asked was by no means unexpected.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも、昨日まで持ってなかったし。どうして突然？
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一君、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？おかしいよ。
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her.
突然、野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったからバットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
変。おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一君まで。
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。俺がスポーツに目覚めるのがそんなに変かよ。
I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Reina were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。
Yeah, I think that's kind of fucking funny. Reina still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。早く行けよ。
I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache solely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Reina asked her final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの？
What? What did she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about.
お前何言ってんだ？
だからなんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Reina didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だからどうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
You know, I kind of had a hint that this was Satoshi's bat. But oh goddamn.
サトシってえ？
Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi. Did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Reina tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year, and he was believed to have been demoned away by the Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details of his disappearance. The aunt he had lived with was killed the night of the Waranagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished, and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell upon the bat in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hoju. It was a bit difficult to see, but it was definitely written in white tape at the end of the bat. Oh! I am holding the bat of someone who disappeared. Oh, okay, that's quite the feat there. Hey, do tell me more. Do tell me more about this goddamn bat. I would love, oh, how I would love to learn more. Oh shit. I see. So this was Satoshi's bat.
ああ、これサトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
The way Reina said that made it seem like the bat had something that should not... that the bat was something that shouldn't even be touched in the first place. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. I could only stand there, perplexed and unable to respond. Reina continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの？
When it happened to him, Reina was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Reina's trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。
This has gotta be just a shallow coincidence. I call bullshit to think that this is anything linked with anything else that's going on.
そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。ケイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然。
Then one day he suddenly... What? Reina had swallowed her words. When a sudden silence brought a hush back into the surrounding area. Was it then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation? She was saying my chain of actions were exactly the same as Satoshi's. But what's even the meaning of this? Up until now, I had forgotten all about Satoshi. I never even paid much thought about him in the first place. Not only that, but I didn't even know anything of what he had done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning that I've done. But they were the exact same as Satoshi's? Then Satoshi, no, more importantly, both Satoshi and I acted the same. Then there was a really good possibility of that what happened here after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Reina knew. She knew what had become of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to the guy in the past. Reina knew what was going to happen to me!
答えろよレナサトシはどうしたんだよ
With that, I grabbed Reina's shoulder violently and turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. Why? Oh, fuck!
だよね
You son of a bitch. Hey, welcome back to being this close to me, motherfucker. I knew you were gonna do that. I was awaiting it.
ケイチ君
It was the person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Reina that I had been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. The gaze pierced like a cold needle. The smile on her face invoked an image of being carved out by a knife. Chills went through my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both Reina's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. I could look away while flipping off. As if to remind me of the fear of that time before, Reina brought her face close to mine, so close I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire vision. Then, her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper. Like a curved crescent moon, she grinned.
言ったよねケイチ君
After a short pause, she repeated the same words again.
サトシ君はね転校しちゃったの
What's your definition of transferred out? Transferred meaning what? What Reina meant must have been a new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I just heard. All I could swallow was my own saliva. It would seem that Reina saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back, merely stepped back 2-3 spaces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Reina and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand. But I could neither stand nor escape her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand. But right now, it was useless to me. It was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよねケイチ君は
Depends. What do you plan to do to me after this? Reina finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ
What did she not want me to do?
転校
Then maybe don't chase me next time to think I will get transferred. This bitch gonna die. Don't leave me on this! Don't leave me on this! Bye! Fuck you! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out! Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation that I was up until now? The friends he had gotten along with changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I've noticed, planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life, such as I, he got the bat to protect himself, carried it around every day to practice his swing? And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards, from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at whatever he transferred to? Was he the only one who was able to who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket to pull out the single key attached to my first sealed keychain. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Somebody had entered right behind me? Like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way throughout the door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there, even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Keiichi, there's no way you could hear that. My most bare instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was no one behind me. I began to ease the mental image of this eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time I asked myself, what if there was nobody? And then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage, even to do a simple task. Alright. I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought, but I didn't care how I went with it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that that wouldn't have solved anything.
どなたですか?
I spoke in such hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't even believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head! That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck encouraged me. How reckless it was, inspired a primal, yet fitting a situation scream. All the force of my body released from my lungs throughout my throat, ceasing all thought process in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body to look back as I did so. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible? They looked like they weren't there, but they were actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free into a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extract myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened oh my god damn it. I cannot read. I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand was as if drawn there by a magnet. Mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. The bat slammed right into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force and rebounded into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. These two swings whiffed through the empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from the space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the back from the cupboard where it was embedded as I screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. My scream shook the air, imbuing my fiercely swinging and even more destructive power. What if this was like what Reina was going through? Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with clearly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my fiercely had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy there, but was not there, dispersed. I was certain that the enemy had retreated. I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way had only feigned retreat was now in my house. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I guess I had succeeded at fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body as I leaped out a sigh of relief. All the emotions I had been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up into my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind with all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? You know, it was probably Satan. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. It was probably a god of some sort, or a demon, or an angel, or Satan. Regardless, whether they're here to help us or not, they're doing a very bad job at showing what they want to do, and I don't like that. There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just I dreamed up in my confused state, and I really didn't know if that was the case. Okay, KG, calm down. Compose yourself. No matter how calmly I thought of it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, without a doubt. Something was behind me. But what? Like... It wasn't some form of illusion. I thought I saw a mist in my confusion and disorientation. Proof? Well, I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I had been possessed by a supernatural phenomenon known as the Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were intimidating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way had all been done, and was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, then that would mean admitting that it was Reina and the rest, and then that would be admitting that it was Reina and the rest of them doing it. But it would be solvable. Oishi-san said that the rest of the police force would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At the time, those words were pretty dependable. But as things are now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not even human in the first place, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, then what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. And with me having few allies to begin with, and not being so confidently to declare whether or not this was even a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts of what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add upon what happened here in the memo behind the clock. There was still ever so slight of a possibility. Okay, let's say if it was like a soul or a spirit of someone. What if it was Satoshi? Well, because Keiichi said it was like a young girl. Was there a young girl that went missing? I don't remember. Shit. I already forgot. Damn it. Because if there was, then maybe that girl was someone who was demoned away? Or maybe it was in Keiichi's imagination. Damn! This is having me think. What the fuck? That I was actually confused when I thought I was composed and I was going berserk in the entryway? How wonderful would that be if that was what really happened? I would really be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I had denied the Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean that admitting that Reina and the rest were the perpetrators. And if I said that Reina and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in the curse. By denying both of those, that would be admitting that I myself am losing it. I mean, I suppose that is a possibility. Some people can see things that others don't if they hallucinate and shit, especially if they're losing their mind, so that's not entirely far off. The three options from which I couldn't choose become a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back to so slightly, just to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has happened as reality. Stop thinking of it any more than that. But I couldn't help but to think of it. How wonderful it would be if it would turn out that I was delirious and everything up until now was just a figment of my imagination. Yeah, because a needle in our food is a great form of your imagination, bitch. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist, and I would still be bestest buddies with Reina and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I had ever wished for such a thing. phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there are no calls from me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs.
もしもし、前原です。
ケイチ、お母さんだけど。
Mom? Yo? I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought that she was going to ask me to go out and buy things. So I took the initiative.
何？別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ。
The other day, we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds, actually, but they refused since the individual packs were so expensive. So instead, I just got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger-flavored ones that I at least liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors, so they didn't touch any of them, so cupboards were just full of them.
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
ケイチ、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
今から？
This was really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。お昼には出発してたからね。
That's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take at least 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. So it would have taken longer.
ケイチもお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
Fam! Oh my god. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talked all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking
お
good.
父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. You could also just say that he couldn't take criticism. You know, as someone who used to not be able to take criticism, I felt that shit. It's hard. It's hard. But I mean, at the end of the day, you learn that there's a difference between criticism and someone just being an asshole to you. Once you find the difference between that, trust me, it's so much easier to take constructive criticism. Like criticism, it's more or less of how you can improve. Someone being a dick, it's just someone being a dick and you can easily block them on the internet or punch them in the face. Don't actually punch someone in the face. I don't condone violence, even though I'm acting like a psychopath. I mean, yeah, I am a psychopath, but that's different. I have care for human beings. Where am I going with this? Anyways.
でも、そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
ケイチ、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。
Jesus Christ.
誤解もないし。
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。
This means I'm home by myself. Oh god.
一人で大丈夫よね。
別に死にゃしないよ。
ケイチ、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。心配事があったら相談してね。母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
Yesterday, I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact of knowing that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least, not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。俺は、あがいてでも生き延びる。
そう、じゃあね。明日の朝、ちゃんと起きるのよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for some business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by the phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It had never happened this suddenly. And now we're home alone, where potentially Reina, Mion, or, if they're corrupted as well, Rika and Satoko, could come in and try to kill my ass. I couldn't say those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation, that tonight, I was the only one in the house. And when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone missing. Vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving the Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. God fucking... It just started slowly transitioning into the fucking Squid Game thing. I just went from like normal like Patrick Wee Woo to just the Squid Game do. That wasn't even intentional. It just kind of happened. Okay. Something's going to happen tonight. You're not gonna fucking tell me that Keiichi's parents just decide to leave and, oh, we're gonna be safe in our house alone. Bullshit. I call bullshit. There's no way. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone and this was their chance. Okay, I stopped myself in my tracks because I actually like was swallowing a bit of my drink. But I also just realized. First I ran to the living room, flickered on the lights, turned on the TV at a reassuring volume. I do that sometimes actually if I'm like in my room alone and like the dark, like just like before I sleep, like sometimes I like turn on like Netflix or something and just have something on just for volume, just to reassure myself that there's nothing that's going to eat me. And maybe I keep my gunblade by my side. Yes, I have a gunblade. It's not an actual gunblade, but it's more or less a machete with a revolver attached to it. I digress, I'm a threat. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would seem like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checked if anything was left unlocked. Then I saw the veranda and the laundry was still hanging out there, and I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I need to take it down. I snatched down the laundry hastily and erased all the traces that my mother wasn't here. Should be fine now. Ah! Oh god, what? The garage. I didn't mean to, like, go that loud with that. I thought something was gonna happen. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to the... Uh-oh. The garage was empty, wide open, plain in sight. This is not good. I panicked as I rushed out to the door and normally open garage door, and should be fine now. Ah, I needed to get the paper. Mom always gets the paper. Since they left for the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. Okay, I pulled it out, everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entranceway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak out was kinda bad. I'll just say I tripped over and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a broom and dustpan and I was going to get them, and the phone rang again!
もしもし、前原です。
あら、圭一くん、お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら。
Why do you ask? I think, God, this game has turned me more psychopathic than games where I murder demons and stuff. What the hell is going on? Like, oh my god, like, my psychopathic urges are increasing from this game. Shoto, thank you for introducing me to this.
今ちょっといないんですけど。
No, why did we say that? We should have just said that she was here. You idiot, Keiichi. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思います。
That wasn't even a good response either! And now they might say they'll call again, or tell her to call them when she comes back.
なら結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では失礼しますわね。
The scenario I feared didn't play out. I let out a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to reply on such poor I needed to make up a good story and explain that my parents were home, but couldn't answer the phone at the very moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? Thinking about it on my way back to my room, the phone rang once more. Ah! It's like they're calling me because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook and ordered a present so I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
もしもし。
I stopped announcing that it was the Maibara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my voice, the voice on the other side seemed goofy. Oh, it's Oishi! Oh. Oh. That actually... Huh. Okay. Whew. You had me there, man.
私、沖宮消防の大石と申しますが。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable headset and rushed into my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was when no one's in the house, but I wanted to be in a spot a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました。
いかがですか、その後お変わりは。
Since then? Since... when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked about that rubbed me the wrong way. Last I spoke to Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed down into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Reina and Mion came up to check on me. Whenever I spoke to Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may as well be found out by them as well.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。
すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特には。
No, but this one incident happened again. The words stopped in my throat. Hey, Ken. Welcome to me being a psychopath because this game is mentally tearing me apart. Okay, visual novel, not game, but you know what I mean. I'm being torn apart right now. And I am in pain and I'm scared. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. Why did the sound alert go off? What the fuck? The sound alert didn't go off. Shit! Oh, there it is. It didn't go off for some reason. I was like, what the hell? I was like, wait, where is it? And I was about to like check it. I was like, do I have to go to the website and fix it? It was the wrong one anyway. What did you mean to redeem? All of it baffling. Should I talk? What should I talk about? And I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I might not have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no gear. Now, imagine if that was just Reina coming in. I would have pissed myself. I had no guarantees that I would make it through the night safely.
その大石さん、やっぱり俺命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか？
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
Jesus Christ. I almost...
その針は？
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。証拠になります。脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。その針はありますか？
That's right. That's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see. I threw the mochi and the needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it should be on the living room wall. No, they cleaned the shit. Remember, your parents cleaned the shit. But my pregnant mother had cleaned the living room hall. There's not a trace of mochi left on it. It could be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet. I frantically searched by running my palm amongst the carpet. Oh, wait. Oh, Summon, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome to, what do you call this, actually? I don't know what you call this. Me going psychopathic over a visual novel because I think I'm going in the same mental state as Keiichi. I think that's what we call it. But yeah, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Running my palm against the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet and then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed through the kitchen, opened the window, and poured out all the contents. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find a needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. Now I'll try running my hand through it. It's a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. I felt a small prick. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew out, and there was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about the details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on a notepad affixed on the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the words in a red pen. I then dashed upstairs where Oishi-san had been waiting for too long.
もしもし、どうでしたか？
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。
Oh my god, the one piece of evidence that we could have used, and we lost it. I didn't even think of using it as evidence. I didn't even think of...
保管しておいてくださいね。
That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
The van was definitely aiming for me, and I could say without question due to the circumstances at the
そ
time.
の車のナンバープレートは見ましたか？こちらでも探してみます。
Damn! At the time, I flipped out yelling at him but I didn't even think of looking at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and plate number? I was so focused on protecting myself that I let the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed with how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれらって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haw over the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
あと、レナの様子も。
それはどんな感じですか？
What Reina said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I can say with confidence that Reina knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than just him simply disappearing.
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
Yeah, so what it seemed like she was implying.
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
天候と。
天候？
レナはサトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
Yeah, we'll quote unquote transfer out. Yeah, like I believe in that bull. Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
Yeah, no shit.
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think. Would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Reina and the others, I was left with the Oishiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, couldn't say that to Oishi-san. Except Reina's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was the Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being part of the conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Reina was involved. Reina had to know something. Reina was suspicious. What exactly was Reina? I couldn't help but think that she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Reina's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when she said a little, meaning that he actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Reina. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, amongst other things that were still unknown to me. If Reina was somebody I should suspect. No, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I had felt just from my parents being around. It wasn't like the house of some sort was a fortress nor a castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. If there were no other residents close to the Maibara residence, no one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I never felt such resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wonder what it would be like tomorrow morning. So I had to ask, right now. And also, what the fuck was that noise? That was a doorbell. I heard the doorbell. That came from the fucking game. That came from the fucking game. That came from the game. That came from the game. Oh no. Oh no. That came from the game. I'm scared to continue. Honestly, I'm scared to continue. I have this like shaking feeling that I'm about to see some bullshit. And you know what? I'm ready for it. Bring it the hell on. So I had to ask right now because I had no idea when the next chance would come.
大石さん、聞きたいことがあるんです。
Jesus, Ken. I think that scared me more than the... Reina, let's go. Is Reina ringing the doorbell? Summon, is Reina ringing the doorbell? Because if she is, I got a bat.
隠さないでくださいね。
Please don't keep anything from me.
何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was far away from the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Reina, about what had happened at her previous school.
実はレナの
No! I noticed that the sound had been going on for a while now. Someone wants to meet the bat. Somebody wants to meet the bat. Alright, let's play, motherfucker. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention at first, but I realized that it was the doorbell. At the time, it was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman should be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody home, but that was no good. It would ruin all the work I put in to make it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
もしもし、前原さん？
すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと玄関に行ってきます。
Yeah, it's definitely the fucking postman.
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
That would be a problem!
いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
はいはい、構いませんよ。
I dropped the headset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who had called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say that my mom wasn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake up mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring on regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bells too much, normally you'd give up and go home, wouldn't you? Oh, would they give up? Would they give up is the question. Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my No! I knew it! Somewhere deep inside, I was prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends.
こんばんは。
Oh, this is how we're doing things, huh? This is how. Oh, you motherfucker.
Reina.
There shouldn't be any reason for Reina to come over at this hour. This timing also made me feel uneasy, because I was just about to talk to Oishi-san about Reina. I wish I could chalk this up as some mere coincidence. But those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echo back at me.
さーてね。おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
レナ一人。
Oh, go fuck yourself. Genuinely, honest to God, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. It seems that Mion wasn't with her. But that didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチ君。ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say this to you guys. I may be blind when it comes to Higurashi, but I've seen this scene in both versions of the anime. In other words, I know this isn't going to end well. She is gonna go psychotic and try to get through the door. Or... No, she's gonna go psychotic. I'm feeling it.
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな
Hey, before you come inside, tell me, you know anything about a needle, pal? It was true that speaking through the chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But...
うち夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら仕方ないかな。
Oh, you're understanding about it. Why, thank you, Miss Reina. Thank you. She looked at the ground rather sadly. But she kept smiling at least. Her effort to keep that smile was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging onto my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared was the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain. Was trusting Reina enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed? As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Reina. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain, her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ君、ご飯食べた？
No, I actually haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't here, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, spoke on the phone, didn't have a chance to eat since I was used to use up all that time talking. I was gonna have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat whenever I wanted to.
いや、まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
じゃあよかった。これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Is there a needle in one of them, asshole? Reina had all this stack of boxes wrapped in cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
I'm sorry, did you not hear the part where I said that I gotta keep this door chained at night? Why do you think I would let you in my kitchen after what you did today and the day, like the other days before that? Tell me, why would I be so trusting?
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。
Well, that's great, Reina, but it's okay. I'll just make some cup noodles.
ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな
Oh no, I'm sure it sounds delectable. But yeah, I also want you to fuck out of here. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup, with a lot of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes. Dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, that miso soup looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
A drifting tender camaraderie was right. I don't want to deal with this bullshit anymore. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese. As I'm speaking English words.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。
Oh, you did? I'm proud of you. Good job.
今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Sensai. I don't think I've heard of this. Keiichi, are you gonna explain? Before I had moved here in Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sensai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I ever tried them. Such a deep, yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables of the sorry, I cannot read. To become an expert such as myself, you had to first partake in sensai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickles they were, though, they'd go so well with that fluffy white
それ
rice.
からねそれからね
But wait, there's more! So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell, my unhealthy self who said he would make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared with good spirits and offering such a delicious sounding dinner. Keiichi, did you forget the situation we're in? The stress overwhelmed my gut and hunger and Rena's head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her aside, though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hasn't been ruled out. At the moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once more. No, I couldn't understand why this sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was a sounding alarm. This happy Reina, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise. And that premise was that tonight, dinner had been made at my house. Meaning that it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, was not here. In any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner all around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all these makings of meal at the time is inherently strange. Unless she knew. Reina, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also a chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There's a chance that Reina is unsure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper. There was plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Reina didn't have the chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was also no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to the fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Reina wouldn't be able to do anything to me.
ありがたいんだけどさ、もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
そうなのそうなの
Yeah, you see, my parents are working on something pretty poggers. I'll tell you what, Reina.
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、その
Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
でもちょっとはおかずになると思うな
Well, okay.
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから
おかずあるの
It's nothing against your dishes. I'm sure they're delicious and coated with poison or more needles. But we already got stuff prepped. With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up on my back. I spoke as if my mom was settling down at dinner right now. But it didn't mesh well with what Reina was saying. Reina was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。何を作ったのかな
You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch!
いや、その別に俺が
Reina had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much I made them, rather that my mom hadn't.
本当に作ったのおかずケイチ君が
I just told you my mom was working on shit. Why you assuming I'm a cook all of a sudden?
だから俺が作ったんじゃないよ。お袋が作った。いや、 作ってるんだよ今。だからさ、悪いけどレナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
Reina fell silent for a moment. At that moment, I felt the light had suddenly disappeared in her eyes.
圭一くんのお夕飯当ててみようか。
If you say cup noodles, I swear to God.
なんだっていいじゃないか。
ね。
Say cup noodles. It felt like I was being interrogated here. Let me guess.
そのお夕飯お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
Leviathan, Leviathan, anguish, Leviathan, Leviathan, save us. I'm not saying in a right order. Fuck you! Oh.
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのお袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもうマンガン全席状態ですごいのなんの。
I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead, I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Reina showed no reaction whatsoever. Not even to that silliness.
圭一くん、本当にお母さんご飯作ってってくれたの？
いや、だからくれたんじゃなくて今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
Reina had taken the search into that my mother was home making dinner right now and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Reina became.
ねえ、圭一くん。
Fuck off! Fuck off! Go away! Go away! Go away! At that moment, an uncomfortable
お母さん、お家にいるのかな？
Oh, yeah, my mother's home, motherfucker. Let me tell you about what my mom's making tonight. Making some good old tasty fucking dishes. I'm going to kill you. I couldn't keep up the charade anymore. Reina, she knew full well my parents weren't home. But I've come too far to admit it now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That is the situation I had concorded. So I answered. I told her that she was there.
いるよ。もちろん。
I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Reina's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me.
どうして？
What the hell do you mean, why?
何のことかな？
They're my parents! Why wouldn't they be here, you psychopathic shithead? What? What'd I do? What'd I do? What did I do? I tried acting casual, but that facade was torn me in the instant I looked into Reina's eyes. That look had informed me of Reina's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？
I don't know! Have I been lying to you? Have I been lying to a psychopath? A very good question indeed. You know, if anyone ever wonders how I would act if I was me being a psychopath going up against another psychopath, I think I don't have a knife emote. That's unfortunate, Ken. I could use it. Oh, you know what? Gun's better, yeah. Like, if anyone ever wonders what me against another psychopath would be, me being like the consciousness in Keiichi's head saying all this shit is probably an accurate representation as to how it would go.
嘘なんか。
Are you gonna yell at me like you did before?
嘘だよね。
I don't know, Reina. Is it?
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ。
Just what I expected from you, you bitch. Reina's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Reina and I were still separated by the few inches staying ajar, but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which was considered a safe haven until now, which had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me. Reina sounds like a yandere. Trust me, I wish that was what was going on right now. At least then I'd be having some form of fun. I mean, what? We'll ignore that, y'all. Ignore that, y'all. I didn't say nothing. French fries. This is pretty good.
ケイチくんのお夕飯当てるよ。
I mean,
ね
you've never been really good at guessing when we did the club activities, so I doubt you'll guess what I'm having. I knew now that Rena already knew that my parents were not here tonight, but it was still strange that it had to come like this. Even if she somehow knew my parents were home, there's no way that she would be able to guess what I'm eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know it was
カ
instant?
ップラーメン当たりでしょ。
Go fuck yourself. I love that my simple outburst, just go fuck yourself. That I was going to eat. Wait. The man who couldn't do housework, probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. Probable, not probable. Ew. That didn't mean she was guessing.
ラーメンだけじゃきっとお腹すくと思うな。
Trust me, girl. I'll be full with just a fucking sandwich and some french fries. I think I'll be fine. Jackass.
ご飯とかも一緒の方がきっと腹持ちいいと思うよ。
Calm down, Keiichi. This is just a coincidence. Reina was just reading certain tales of mine. So the fact that she was inferring was what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was going to be read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist.
好きなの？
ラーメンがかよ。
豚骨生姜味。
I'm sorry? What did you say? Said that my point. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words. Did she say demons? Did she say demons?
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて。
え？何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward that question. It was such a simple answer, and that's why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
1, 2, 3, my baby don't mess around because she loves me so. I wonder how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover. As my field of vision began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance.
なんでそこまでわかるんだよ。
I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Reina even know this? It was one thing that she knew it was cup noodles. Oh. The message I sent. I love DMC stuff. Okay. Alright. Oh. Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Reina. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that.
確かに勝った。まとめて勝った。俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
なんでかな。
Yeah, bitch. What the fuck do you know?
不思議だね。だね。
How could you dodge a question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly... Wait. The chain and the door were suddenly no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる。なぜ知ってる。答えろ。
買ったのはセブンスマート。だよね。
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade.
だからなんでわかるんだよ。
圭一くんの後ろずっとくっついてたから。
Okay, Ken, you might not be too far off of the yandere shit.
何を言ってんだよ。
I couldn't understand why she was saying she had been following me this whole
だ
time.
からレナが圭一くんの後ろにずっとくっついてたの。
I didn't answer my goddamn question! Like, that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san? I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door behind me, just there, just like
圭
that.
一くんがいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ後ろからずっと見てたの。いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。それで圭一くん大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, you're a bitch!
レナも好きだよ、豚骨ラーメン。でも大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was having to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Reina was saying and started putting it into meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear wasn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing on the edge of a cliff, eyes closed so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve all the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. And as I withdrew, Reina advanced.
だから圭一くん、ここを開けて。レナと一緒にご飯食べよう。
Or you could go fuck yourself. That could be a good option.
きっと美味しいから。ね。
How about you go fuck yourself first? Then we'll take into consideration whether or not I can let you in here. I think that seems like the best option. Fuck her! Reina's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack of the doors at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Reina didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. So she's not gonna do it herself? She just wants me to do it? I tried my hardest to light the fuse of the powder keg in my heart. Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて、圭一くん。
帰ってくれ。頼むから。帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。
Reina, you literally just told me that you were watching me. Stalking me, practically. And you expect me to just let you in? I wonder why I'm acting so mean.
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。帰れ。
The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smaller, it just exploded. I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Reina momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. The source was Reina's fingers. Yeah, this is what I've seen from the anime. Both animes. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around the treadles of the carnivore, like a carnivorous plant through the crack of the doorway.
痛いよ、圭一くん。痛い。
It It wasn't a harsh shriek, but a yelp that she was trying to keep back. I kept pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize if I didn't lose my momentarily that Reina wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that's why the door wasn't closing.
本当に痛いの圭一くん。悪ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I didn't care one bit for her apology, no matter how much she apologized. It didn't change any of the things that she has done up until now. It didn't change a damn thing.
痛いの。痛いの。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Reina couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I had trapped her fingers. Reina's white fingers had become deep red and no longer even squirming.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Shit. Reina's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Reina's fingers were somehow able to slip through the imprisonment of the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear a thud of Reina falling on her butt on the other side. I locked the door immediately. I made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Reina.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。圭一くん。ごめんなさい。ここを開けて。圭一くん。
You crazed fuck! Oh shit. Reina leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. Oh no, yeah, get away from the entryway. On the other side, I could hear Reina echoing an apology. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they were forever... They would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. Not that but that wasn't out of any form of malice. I just felt a hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Reina, before Mion had threatened me in this doorway, saying that there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Reina told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact that my parents weren't home served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out, not have even opened the door. My bigger plans didn't help at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even if I was on the other side of the door and wanted to get as far away from Reina as possible, one step, two steps, with each one, her shriveling apologies became more distant. I sprinted upstairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer to hear Reina repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I started a hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? Hell no. Oh, it was a receiver. Oh! I was gonna say, there's no way Reina did something like that this quickly. Oh, I'm going psychotic. Oh my god, bro. Okay, can we just stop for a minute to comprehend what just happened? Like, okay, like I mentioned, I had seen the clips from both versions of the anime, both the original and the 2020 remake. Though was a was a grunt. No, I thought it was a corpse, but like I said, I've seen both versions of the anime for this scene, so I kind of had an idea of what I was expecting. That, however, still hit different. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time has passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock ran out of batteries? I had talked to Reina for so long. How did almost no time pass? That's how I feel at work sometimes. Sometimes at work, an hour will literally feel like 3 hours to me. I'm like, what the fuck? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second. Every second as usual. Huh. Okay. As I put the still warm receiver onto my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving again.
もしもし、大石さん、お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
It became apparent that the amount of time had passed between myself and Oishi was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home how far Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか？
Define your definition of play, bitch. I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Oishi. But I didn't need to right now. I need to know about Reina. That's right. I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Reina, but Reina's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true? What was false? I couldn't tell. One thing I knew was the single grim reality that Reina was suspicious. I might not be able to figure something out if I ask Oishi-san about it. Or, sorry, I might be able to. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it this way, you could say that I hit rock bottom. Yeah? I mean, shit, you know? How bad could it be? Oh. Sorry, I just got a neon. Okay. But looking at it that way, you could say I hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. Alright. No. Rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this that I would regret more. Like what? Death. That's what I regret. Death. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
レナさんのことですか？調べましたよ。まあ簡単には。
I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep that it'd be hard to discuss since you were her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
大石さん。
I spoke so calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said,
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか？
She tried to break into my fucking house. The manner in which Oishi-san became suddenly firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
そうですか。
I could tell that even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling the fishing line when he felt the bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more was how it seemed. Damn. Keiichi is a smart kid. He really just makes all these like analogies and metaphors and shit. And they're like actually really fucking good.
大石さん、目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか？
What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb there. As Oishi-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ。あなたは私が守ります。
That was not in the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just gonna get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That's all I was to him.
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed was to rely on Oishi-san that I was currently in a very dangerous situation.
だから話してください。レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナの言う転校をするでしょう。
Yeah, which is potentially being demoned away.
ですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation, even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust to the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat that Satoshi left behind to protect him myself. Then, I at least wanted to know what happened before Reina transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
Oishi-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
Okay, so this is all merely like hypothesized and all that shit. Is hypothesized a word? Whatever.
真実ではないかもしれない。言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
Keiichi. It means it's just a mere speculation. There was probably some things that some people said, but it wasn't confirmed to be true. So mysterious. True that.
南沢の連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。毎年の事件はここに扱われています。
The edge. Dude, like, Higurashi will do that to you. Like, literally the first 2 streams I did, or maybe it was first 2 or 3. One of the 2. I think it was, no, there was 3 streams. The first 3 streams, like, weren't really, like, too much. But, like, in the 3rd stream, like, halfway through or so, Oishi-san told me that someone was killed. Which, yeah, fun. And then literally the stream afterwards, Reina fucking came up to me with her dead-ass stare, and I'm sitting back just like, so this is Higurashi.
ですから、竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。つまりですね。
レナの調査は警察としてでなく個人として行ったということですか？
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。ですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。ご理解いただけますね。
Yeah, fuck it, whatever. At this rate, I'm taking the fact that my best friends want to get me killed with a grain of salt. So I don't think this will hurt anymore.
全部聞いた話だけなんですか？
申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか？確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oishi-san paused for a moment at the other end of the
そん
line.
なことも言いましたかね。気のせいということにしてください。
I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations or responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
話してください、大石さん。
Shit. We're really going down this deep end, huh?
わかりました。
Oishi-san finally opened the tight lips of his. It seemed that Reina had lived in Hinamizawa for a long time now. Or a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki prefecture just before starting elementary school. But then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with breaking the school windows happened. Then Reina confined to a doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
私が知る話も前原さんと大きくは変わりません。
It just now dawned to me. Reina was saying that she was following us for pretty much almost the entire time. So, she was at the door when Keiichi felt a presence earlier. Before he started swinging the bat around. Which means that Reina followed Keiichi home and was gonna say something to Keiichi, but somehow quickly got the fuck out of there without being noticed, and then left, and then came back later around 7 to bring food to Keiichi to try to get in, which the food might have been poison, or hell, probably had more needles in it. That might debunk my theory of one of the people who went missing or got demoned away was maybe trying to warn Keiichi or whatever, but whatever.
では、どこを詳しく調べたんですか？
I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred to Hinamizawa. Something tells me I'm gonna want to save. I know not much is gonna change from here, but I have this sick feeling that I need to save the game, you know?
レナが起こした事件とその後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんはその内容を知っているからこそレナたちを疑っているんですね。
疑っています。
やはりレナたちが犯人。
ああ、いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないです。
Huh? Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words seemed less than reassuring.
じゃあ何を疑ってるんですか？
親代様ですよ。
I'm sorry, bitch. Aren't you the same person who doesn't believe in the curse?
親代様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。なんてまあ。
Oh. Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, I guess. Sorry. Anyway. Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that you would want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation about the devious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance. The course of actions leading to devolve Reina's past. Shit just wants to keep hitting the fan, doesn't it? Well, I'm used to it at this point. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. The downpour, fuck that word, beating down on the ground. Anyway, I had left the window in my room cracked to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
あ、いえ、急にすごい雨が。すみません。どうぞ続けてください。
I got up and was still on grass the
はじ
window.
めに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。
Just like Reina and Mion.
被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かが、またカウンセリングを担当した神経科医も 職業倫理に厳格な方で、もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてます？
There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't even use an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of rain dropped down from her hair. No. I'm gonna get killed by this crazy bitch. Holy shit, I don't want to die. This painful death. I'm going to hell. Oh, why are you still here? Why didn't you leave? Why are you still here? You just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. One hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth. Her cheeks were puffing out. What could she be eating over there? Could it be that all this time I was more enthralled by Reina instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Reina, nor would I have looked at that. Reina's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something. She was repeating something. What was it? What was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window fixated on her?
もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてますか？もしもーし。
ごめんなさい。
え、前原さん。
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんな
And
さい。
now Keiichi's repeatedly saying this. Okay, calm down, calm down. Calm down, you crazy bitch. You don't got time to act this insane. Only I have the time to act this insane.
もしもし、前原さん、どうしましたか？
Even in this torrential downpour, Reina was still apologizing. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of outside. Even doing that, Reina's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I forgive you for this. Will you forgive me for that? Please stop. Please stop, please stop, please stop. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Damn it! Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. I won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive. Won't forgive, won't forgive, won't forgive. I won't forgive.
前原さん、聞こえてるなら返事をしてください。もしもーし。
Split personality at 7th Mart. Here we go. New tips. Let's go. Okay. We got another achievement. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start doing that. Okay. There are there's 4 more achievements on Steam, okay? There's one that says run from the truth of your crimes. Or sorry, chased by shadows. That's the description I read. The other 2 involve, so this one says complete the Higurashi chapter, which I'm assuming means complete all the chapters. It has the same percentage as, so there's the Chase by Shadows achievement has 21.8% of players getting this achievement, while the one where we complete this whole chapter, aka this whole episode, is only lowered by 0.1, meaning that we either can get this achievement after completing this last chapter, or there's one more chapter after this one that we have yet to get. But then again, the Pitch Hitter and Reign of Apologies, which are the two achievements I got today, their percentage rate of players who got them aren't exactly far off either. So there could be 2 more chapters left. There's also, the last 2 achievements are read all the tips, which I definitely didn't do that. I skipped some of the tips for the first couple of chapters, and enjoy the after party, which I'm assuming is like an epilogue or something for this chapter. Anyways, let's go ahead and view the new tips. Let's start off with split personalities, see what we're getting ourselves into.
よく映画などに登場しますが、簡単に言うとどのようなものでしょうか。
複数の人格を持つことによる逃避と考えられています。
That's true, actually, in some cases, yeah.
多重人格は逃避の一つなのですか？
I mean, I don't think people really use it for an escape, but like, for example, for me, just like, I have like my online persona and shit, that I like how I act when I'm online. It's kind of escape from how I act in real life, so, I mean, in some cases, kind of. Not really, like, I mean, I don't know much about multiple personality disorder, so I can't really say how much it could really be helped or not. But I'm gonna take the assumption that it cannot be helped since it is a disorder after all. There might be some people that have different personalities, like one, like maybe that they have online as like an escape from their personality from real life. Like again, kind of like how I am, like when I play like Final Fantasy or like any other games, I almost act like I'm a completely different person, or I'm like acting like the character who I'm playing as. I don't really know much about, like I said, I don't know much about multiple personality disorder, so I can't really say too much about how much it can really be controlled, or if there's even a way to revert back to your main personality, if there even is a main personality to it. I don't know. I've never looked into it. I believe that Anthony Padilla, which most know formerly from Smosh, I think he made a video where he actually talked to some people with multiple personality disorder. So I might have to actually look into that video now, because that seems like an interesting like topic and shit. Who knows? I might learn a thing or two. I don't know.
さようです。そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、精神を守るために脳が行う防御行動の一つではないかと考えられています。
例えば貧乏な人がお金持ちになった自分を想像するという現実逃避ってありますよね。これも多重人格なわけですか？
極論はできませんが、講義的にはそう解釈できます。つまり誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか？
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。諸説紛々です。
では精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか？
残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。
でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どういう人が二重人格になれるんですか？
なれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか、最近の研究では遺伝と死因が複雑に絡み合い、中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われています。
そういえばこの A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に7つの人格を持つ青年 A。 では VTR の続きをどうぞ。ですがその前にコマーシャル。
That's 7 marked. I think I have an idea of where this one's going. The 7th mark was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many? There's no reason to get all these different kinds, is there? Sorry, I only read that out loud because... no doubt. I flopped all the different components.
最近のカップ麺は凝ってて種類も多いんだよ。どれも一通りは食ってみたいし。
I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it'd end up like this. Now Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I'd have to compromise.
それじゃあ一種類しか食えないよ。飽きちゃうって。
I was resisting as a formality. I had already given up inside that it wasn't just a case for the noodles yet. You don't have to rush me! I quickly searched the case of the noodles I want. If I let Mom pick, she'd err on the side of safety and get soy sauce and salt flavor. So when I plunked a large box of pork flavored in cart, Mom looked at me with such expression as if, these ones? To show her that this was my last compromise, I began explaining the choice.
豚骨はうまいんだよ。大盛りだけど大味ってわけじゃないし。
I remember insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kind. Let me guess. In this frozen memory of time, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So I did what I could and reached out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my senses to find a presence I overlooked. But no matter how much I searched through the field of vision, I couldn't see Reina. I rewound the situation, searching, but of course I couldn't find her. Then she was spying at me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presence again, looking. I can sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they pleased. There was nobody looking over, and no one trying to get behind me. Not here? Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't there. I would definitely notice if someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wearily at the thought of this vague word, like probably, right before contradicting what it with definitely. Then, I paused my mental replay and a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence, like a shadow behind me. It was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I definitely would have turned around to check it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store, searching for a case of noodles? Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom. But there was that presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. No way to see what it was, realizing now after the fact was horrifying and repulsive. At the moment in time, I was running around gleefully, carrying a cupboard box. Tip-tap. But listening to that moment again, I could hear footsteps other than mine going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap. Pit-pat, pit-pat. Tip-tap, tip-tap, pit-pat, pit-pat. While I was running, the sounds of those barefoot footsteps began pit-pat were right behind mine. Me running around so gleefully in a closed-off moment in time, but I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remember it. I didn't think I heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That's why I didn't turn around. In the moment, the pit-pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run faster than I had run that time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not once. Then I returned to my parents and started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadow didn't move. And that's why it made no sound. That was all. At that time, I didn't take a single step while talking to my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable, and yet I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound after that. At the time, the entire world had gone dark. Sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turned on the light. Except my body couldn't move, as if I was sewn into that moment of time. Pit-pat. My past self's hair stood on end. That's impossible? Now that's just breaking the rules. I hadn't even moved. So you shouldn't be moving either. Okay, this is great. I couldn't move. So you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules, damn it. Pit-pat. And yet, the sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on my back began to prick up on end. It was so close, it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like the presence was moving behind me? I quickly realized I could move. It was just that I was so scared I didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment of time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop, I began to administer a pain like a needle struck into my very pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. A scream I was unable to vocalize. Whoa! I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What's this? It's just a person's mouth. Might bite into an apple. Slurp her juices and finally discover it was an apple. My mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating in the apple. Sound like me. Slurp the juices and discover the apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was... What? What? What the fuck? You bitch! You bitch! What? Oh, the motherfucker. We can't end it here. I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't get any sleep. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna figure this out. Fuck these cliffhangers. If these video games know me well, they know I will not sit back on a cliffhanger. I ain't gonna treat this like Nanbaka. This ain't happening. No, no, no. You ain't gonna do this to me. You ain't gonna treat this like Black Bullet. You ain't gonna do this like none of that. Let's go. Let's figure this out. Let's do this. I tried to stay awake all night, but there was definitely gaps in my memory. I guess I kept nodding off, jerking awake in panic all night. I spent all night hugging the metal bat and sat on top of the futon I used to barricade my door. Waiting and waiting. Watching just in case someone tried to break into my window. If I had left this spot, someone would break through the door, sending the futon flying and attack me. If I stopped watching the window, someone could break through the glass and attack me. I tried telling myself that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't sleep. Dude! Yeah, you're maybe being a little paranoid, but that ain't just it. Take a look at the situations you got yourself into, man. Not to mention what happened last night, but everything before that. You're not just being paranoid, your life is in danger, man. Of course you're fucking paranoid. I mean, who wouldn't be? God damn. The thought of being so vulnerable scared and the living daylights out of me. If sleep meant taking a risk, I didn't need it. It was so much better to stay awake. At some point during the endless cycle of nodding John awake, light began to shine outside, but that was it. It wasn't so much the morning, it was more the sun simply have risen. I snuck a peek through the curtains. Reina was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, no matter how hard I looked. She's just hiding in the fucking bushes, the little fucking gremlin. Finally, I could breathe a sigh of relief. The night was finally over. Did we practically play 5 Nights at Reina's? Is that what just happened just now? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired, but I didn't feel like sleeping at the moment. I still had time, but I need to make my own breakfast, and I better get started soon. Skipping school was also an option. With my mom gone, it'd be easy to play hooky. 5 Nights at Reina, damn. That sounds like the most terrifying game ever, honest to God. And I can't handle normal 5 Nights at Freddy's games for the most part. I genuinely cannot. I can watch them just fine, but I can't fucking play them. I get too scared of that shit. I mean, to be fair, Ken, in FNAF 4, we did play the game in a literal bedroom, so I don't think it's too far off. Honestly, I debated it. The risk involved in leaving my house is incalculable. So staying hauled up here was probably the safest option, but staying here wouldn't solve anything. Oishi-san wouldn't help me without cold, hard evidence. Neither he nor my parents. So unless I found some sort of proof, these relentless nights would never end. I stretched my body, tilted my head back, closed my eyes like I did every other morning. I regulated my breathing. I had regained my senses. Calm down, Keiichi, my bear. Let's go to school. Let's wait until they set up their trap for me. But that didn't mean I was going to twiddle my thumbs. I needed to avoid that trap and secure irrefutable evidence. Take note of the plates of any car that drives by. If I see anyone suspicious, check their clothes and their face. I wasn't just protecting myself, I was preparing myself to turn their next attack against them and retaliate. The tension was similar to when 2 samurai were both aiming to slay each other with a single motion as they drew their katanas. I was not at a disadvantage. I would have the chance to retaliate. Finally, I felt a bit of courage growing in my chest. Alright, let's go to school. I tightened my grip on Satoshi's bat. He was the only partner I could count on. Satoshi, please lend me your strength. And entrust your dying regrets onto me, since you were probably murdered. I'll make sure I'll dispel them. With renewed resolve, I checked the clock. It was still pretty early. Of course, I'm gonna go by myself to school today. If I didn't want to run into Reina or Mayon, I needed to run and go now. The shattered fragments of the cupboard were still strewn all the way in the entry. Right. I meant to clean that up last night, but never got around to it because of the phone call and everything. If my parents came back and saw this while I was at school, I would never hear the end of it. Still, I'd be wasting time if I cleaned it up now, and considering that would happen if I run into Mion or Reina, it wouldn't be too late to clean it up after I got back home, making it extra certain that the doors are locked when I left home. My uniform was still covered in mud from yesterday, so I left it in the washer. Today, I was going to school in the tracksuit. By wearing a different outfit this morning, my mind was focused to accept that today was a different day from yesterday. I had a hunch. Today might be the day I get killed. Keep your guard up, Keiichi, my bear. The only one who gets to decide if today's my last is me. That's my boy! That's my boy! I spent the morning practicing my swing, like it was my natural routine. Gun, I wish. After a while, Reina arrived at the school. Our eyes met, but we said nothing. Reina said nothing about last night, as if it never happened. But I could see that those events were real by the wounds carved into her fingers. I just heard her telling Sachiko and the others that the bandages were from hurting herself in the kitchen. Though it wasn't like it bothered me. The details that Oishi-san shared about Reina's incident before her transfer vividly played in my mind. And now that I knew about it, I couldn't even dream of Reina as a cute, ideal girl. Yep! Good thing we weren't gonna date her, right, dude? Fuck romance, right? All we need is demon claws and guns. If anyone ever told you that I wasn't a psychopath, would you believe me? No? Yeah, I wouldn't believe myself either. Anyways.
ケイちゃん、相変わらず甲子園一直線だね。
Let me guess. You're gonna mention something about Reina from last night. Nice try, bitch. It was Mion. I had already sensed her approach, so I wasn't all that surprised.
ミオンか。分かってるなら放っておいてくれよ。俺は甲子園で忙しいんだ。
I gave her a curt reply without my usual jokes. Then I gave the bat an even larger screen, tactically keeping Mion from getting any closer.
ケイちゃんさ、ちょっと休憩。
Why should I? I think Mion got the message, but she still urged me to give it a
ホーム
rest.
ルームまであとちょっとだろ。もう一汗かかせてくれよ。
I swung the bat even harder as a sign of my refusal.
ケイちゃんって野球好きだったっけ？
最近好きになった。
最近って昨日から？
分かってんなら聞くなよ。
あれまあ、スポーツマンにしては爽やかじゃないお返事だことで。
Says the one who knows everything, bitch.
気が散る。放っておいてくれ。
I ignored Mion and kept swinging. Normally she'd get mad or bored and leave if someone gave her the cold shoulder like this. But Mion just stood there waiting patiently for me to stop swinging. If you have something to say, just say it, bitch. I didn't sense any hostility. But we're at school, in plain view. I doubt she'd suddenly attack me here. Or was that perhaps too naive? Still, I was starting to get tired. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to take a break and hear her out.
何か用なんだろう。なんだよ。
Sweat poured from me as I stopped swinging. I noticed my shoulders were heaving as I breathed. I cursed my lack of exercise. At this rate, I might not be able to move as needed when the time comes. I should probably keep practicing my swings to build stamina in addition to an excuse for carrying the bat around with me.
用ってわけでもないけどさ、お疲れのようなら後にするけど。
今でいい。
I'm only dealing with you right now because because I judge this situation to be safe. Talking to you alone away from the others, that's out of the question.
さ、
Mion was uncharacteristically trying to choose her words. But unlike Oishi-san, it didn't look like she was trying to talk about something I'd rather not hear. Mion was puzzled, trying to find the right thing to say. Okay, yeah. Uncharacteristic-like is whatever word you said, that's the damn truth. I didn't like her at all. But then again, her trying to kill me wasn't like her at all up until recently. But then she gave a hearty laugh and broke herself in that mire.
おじさんダメだわ、こういうの。ボキャ品は辛いわ。
Tell me about it.
なんだよ突然。言いたいことがあるならはっきりと言えよ。
やめてよ、素振り。
She cut straight to the point. Let me guess. You're gonna go all psycho on me, just like Reina did yesterday. I ain't falling for this shit. Her request was so frank, I didn't understand it for a moment. I had already stopped swinging to listen to her, hadn't I?
ちゃんとやめてるだろ。
じゃなくて、今日で終わりにしてほしいの。悪いけど。
It took me some time to understand what she was asking for. She's asking me to not practice using a weapon. That's what she's doing. What's wrong with swinging a bat? Dude, she knows that we're doing this for fucking defending ourselves. Of course she wants us to stop swinging the fucking bat.
なんでだよ。余計なお世話だよ。別に誰にも迷惑かけてないだろ。
かけてる。
Mion said it flat out. This didn't make any sense, and yet it was really irritating.
俺がいつ誰に迷惑をかけたよ。
Yeah, can't think of a moment, huh? Mion was at a loss for words, but she finally made up her mind and spoke. Though she started a bit when she said it.
だってさ、ケイちゃん、それ人のバットだしさ、無断借用は悪いし。
転校した生徒の忘れ物だろ。本人が取りに来るまで借りてるだけだよ。
ああ、まあね。転校したし。
You were uncharacteristically flustered, huh? It made it all too clear that his transfer was a lie.
でも変わってるよな。兄貴だけ転校なんだろ。
What the fuck is that on my desk? What the hell are you? What the Don't know what it was. It was some sort of bug, and it ran under some paper that I had on my desk. So I repeatedly put pressure onto the paper. Ant? It wasn't an ant. I don't know what it was. It was some kind of bug. I didn't quite make out what it was. It was flying around for a second, and ladybugs always come into my room, so I assumed it was a ladybug. But that wasn't a ladybug. That thing was small. It looked like a tick or something. Regardless, it's dead now. It wasn't a ladybug, though, which is good. I don't like hurting ladybugs. They're one of my favorite bugs. Probably my favorite bug of all time, actually. I'm not a bug person, but if I see a ladybug, I'm gonna respect that bug, alright? I'm just saying.
妹は転校しなかったんだろ。
ケイちゃん、知ってたの？
王城聡、聡子の兄貴だろ。去年鬼隠しにあって消えた。
Yeah, bitch.
レナにも言われた。なんで素振りを始めたのかってな。サトシもやってたんだってな。素振り。それも失踪の直前に。
I know you got something to say, you crazy bitch.
これってさ、お社様のたたりに合う前兆ってわけなのか？
Mion panicked and looked around.
頼むよ、ケイちゃん。お社様の話はうかつにしないでよ。私はそんなに信じてないからいいけどさ、他のみんなはすごく信じてる。レナなんかヤバいくらいに。
やばいくらいに？
とにかく、みんな怖がってるんだよ。もしもこれが悪ふざけならやめな。サトシの真似は絶対にやめて。
I was the one who was scared. Who did I have to thank for taking up this bat in the first place? You damned bitch. But it unsettled me knowing that my actions were overlapping with Satoshi's. It would be one thing if someone suggested it, but I thought I was making my own decisions.
先に言っとく。俺はサトシのことは何も知らない。みんなが隠してたからな。
隠してたってわけじゃ。
Hide what?
毎年起こる事件のこと隠してたろ。
それはケイちゃんを。
Tell me, you psychopathic bitch!
怖がらせたくなかったってのか？ それが理由で俺だけのけ者かよ。
いや、そんなつもりじゃ。
ミオンに直にダム現場で事件がなかったかって聞いたよな。ミオンはないって言ったじゃないか。
Why do I got a feeling that she's gonna snap here if we keep this up?
バラバラ殺人があったのによ。嘘つき野郎。
ごめん、嘘ってわけじゃ。
仲間ってのは隠し事なんかなしだろ。
This ain't gonna end well, ain't it? I already sense it.
そうだろ。じゃあお前らは仲間じゃない。
ケイちゃん、そんなのって。
Okay. Look. Sorry, food's good. Okay, but Keiichi, calm yourself for a sec. Let's ignore the fact that they lied to us just now. Let's focus on the fact that Reina and Mion act psycho towards us and probably want us dead. Why don't we quiz them on that shit? Because if we're gonna go this far, we might as well dig into that. Mion looked helpless and flustered. Was I imagining tears in her eyes? I never could have imagined Mion acting like this.
それに先日の見舞いのおはぎ、あれうまかったぜ。血が出るかと思った。やったのはどっちだ？お前か、レナか？
私。
She admitted it so easily. I couldn't help but be surprised at how easy that was.
死ぬかもしれなかったんだぞ。仲間にあんな真似をするのかよ。
そんなちょっとしたいたずらじゃん。
It's one thing to get a thumbtack in your back, but it's another thing to get a needle down your throat. That could kill someone. What the fuck? Or at the very least, you get hospitalized if you somehow survive, which good fucking luck if that's hidden in food. What the hell? Mion gave me a raised smile mixed with confusion, causing even more anger to well up inside me.
あれがいたずらで済むかよ。
I grabbed him. Oh. That wasn't the same as putting Tabasco sauce in a piece of mochi. That was a needle, a sewing needle. If I had swallowed that and it lodged in my throat, what did she think would happen? Mion's face froze and her body rattled in fear. Good. Good. Do you like this fear, bitch? This is the same that you provided to me since you visited me with that damn mochi. This wasn't the Mion Suzuzaki I knew.
とにかくお前は仲間じゃない。仲間じゃない奴の指図は受ける言われはない。俺のことは当分放っておいてもらうぜ。いいな。
Mion wasn't replying.
俺を消そうとしても簡単にはいかないからな。お前らは最初から警察に疑われてんだ。サトシを消せたように簡単に消せると思うなよ。
I said it clearly. This is my declaration of war.
俺も過去の事件はお前らが怪しいと思ってる。ダムの反対運動の時からお前が警察の世話になってたこともよく知ってる。隠しきれてると思うなよ。いいな。
どうしてそんなことまで。
Thought this old man knew all. Mion stood with a dumbstruck look on her face. It was then when I heard the principal ringing the bell. It was time for morning home.
行こうぜ。委員長がいないとまずいだろう。
For a moment, for the first time, I realized Mion was sobbing in tears around her cheeks.
ひどいよ、ケイちゃん。
I wanted to console her, but I shut my mouth. I had no need to feel guilty.
俺、行くぜ。ホームルーム遅れるなよ。
I left Mion, still shaking, as I turned around to head for the entrance. I had no idea how troubling it was to make a girl cry. I probably have done it. Not intentionally, no, but I've probably done it. Behind my back, I could hear her muttering. It was a faint mutter. She was speaking to herself.
そっか。
え？
Ooh. Oh!
ケイちゃんに全部バラしたの。あの野郎か。
She balled up her fist as tears continued to rain down. She glared at Spike now with a terrifying yet smiling face, cursing. A chill ran down my spine with that demonic expression. This transformation, Mion's transformation, was different from Reina's.
あの時殺しとくんだったな。今年で定年だからって容赦してやった恩も忘れやがって。
Retiring this year. She's talking about Oishi-san.
ちくしょう。ちくしょう。あのじじい。絶対に殺してやる。
It felt like the air itself had begun distorting. With Mion at the center, the world had begun to twist and spiral. Bending. Whirling. This wasn't the first time I'd experienced this visage.
起立気をつけ
Mion made an excuse for her red eyes by saying that there was something wrong with her contacts. After that, neither Reina or Mion spoke to me for the rest of the day. Neither Satoko or Reina looked me in the eye. Strangely, I didn't feel hurt. Everything had just went back to the way it was. The months since I transferred have been almost too much fun. That was all. School was supposed to be something like this to begin with. I should have disliked that feeling, but today, it felt oddly refreshing. The bell rung, sounding the end of the monotonous school day, which had felt so tense yet so dull. Since it would cause a lot of unpleasant memories if they asked me to join the club activities, I promptly started preparing to go home even without looking at them. I stuffed the contents of my desk in my bag and wrapped my hand around Satoshi's now familiar bat and began heading towards the entrance. I was assailed by both an exhausting relief and nothing had happened, and a tiring possibility of the same thing repeating tomorrow. But deep down inside me, far beneath the recesses of my heart, blindly I knew that this was the last day of this cycle. I couldn't tell how the ending would be. Whether it would end as I wished it to end, or if it would end how I hope it wouldn't. Regardless, in my current state, there was something more important than how things would end. There was something I wanted to know. Why did I, of all people, have to be killed? Why did it have to come to this? Why? And for what purpose? The sunlight was relentless. The sun, the heat, even the air. They wouldn't give me my answers. Or could it be that the cries of the Higurashi were desperately trying to tell me something? Somewhere mixed in their shrieks, Tomosuke-san and Satoshi were also probably trying to tell me something themselves. I simply just hadn't realized it yet. When I do realize it, I wonder if I'll be amongst the Higurashi, fearlessly crying to the next victim. Glancing down at my feet, I saw a Higurashi on its back, spasming weakly. There was a bit much of the summer left, and yet this one was already chirping its last song. I couldn't really tell what it was saying, no matter how hard I listened, but I had to try. I had to try to listen to what it was desperately trying to tell me. At that moment, the shrills of the Higurashi ceased at once, as if they had huddled together, fearing that the person who had brought them to their dreadful fate had arrived. There's no mistaking it. A presence was approaching. The sound of footsteps was almost non-existent. If the Higurashi hadn't warned me of by ending their chirping, I probably wouldn't have noticed. My exhaustion left me in a heartbeat. In its place, a rush of adrenaline that sharpened all of my senses. I was barely able to hold back that creeping, suffocating feeling of horror. It wasn't something I could hold back for long. But in this moment, I needed to be razor sharp. I was still able to retain my composure. I'm not going to shout like I did yesterday. I hid myself calmly amongst the trees, waiting for my pursuer's shadow. Can I get them to pass by me? No. Since I was able to hear their footsteps, they were probably also able to hear mine. They might have already been able to tell that I've hidden myself and was holding my breath. The person tailing me was Reina. Was it Reina? Like yesterday? If it was Reina, I wouldn't hold back. I could just yell at her and make her go ahead like yesterday. But what if it wasn't Reina? It would depend on how they acted, I suppose. The footsteps came closer. I swallowed, wiped my clammy hands on my pants, and readjusted the grip on the bat. I could tell that the fear that had beaten back once I was now waiting for the other opening to come to me. Who could it be? I peeked up from behind the tree at the person following me. Well, look who's so confident! My imagination hadn't led me astray. It was Reina. There was a bit of relief when I realized it was someone I knew, but that feeling had left me in an instant. This was the same Reina that I knew. This wasn't the same Reina I knew. Her eyes were dark and lifeless, but her mouth appeared that it was carved into a crescent. Ah yes, it was like she was grinning slightly. And in her right hand was a hatchet. I hid myself behind the tree once again and recalled the unbelievable sight I just saw. What was that just now? It doesn't look like a hatchet? You'd be surprised at what Higurashi calls their weapons these days. The embodiment of terror laid bare. I'm gonna assume that's the same hatchet she brought to the junkyard. I'm only assuming. Baseball. Practicing my swings. There were a ton of excuses for me to be carrying this bat. But for that hatchet, there was no excuse for that. A hatchet just like that.
ケイチくん、かくれんぼかな
The Higurashi were warning me. My heart was pounding, enough that I had trouble breathing. What little composure I had been able to hold on to was now crushed. In its place, cold sweat gushed forth, covering my entire body. They may know what kind of emotion had taken hold. Damn it, not good, not good. I wasn't able to hide myself completely. She already knew I was here.
レナを驚かせようとしたのかな
I should ask you the same thing with that damn hatchet. I decided it would be better to reveal myself now, since there was still space between us, than to allow Reina to come any closer. I adjusted my grip on the bat again and readied myself mentally, and stepped out from behind the tree. Why, hello, you psychopathic bitch!
ケイチくん、見つけた
You did find me. Good for you. And I'm gonna make sure that the gods see you later. Dang it, I said see, I meant to say found. Damn it! Reina was pleased that she found me, and lying in a mysterious giggle. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes told me that she was displeased by the fact that I had been hiding. Those eyes, they were just so empty. My legs began to quiver. Ugh, not good. In the pit of my stomach, some sort of vicious, hot, and cold substance began spreading around. If I allowed it, the substance would slip into my bloodstream and undoubtedly freeze all the organs in my body. Not good, not good. I'll be devoured by Reina at this rate. Strike back. Don't lose.
何の用だよ。
I blustered, hiding behind my bravado. But Reina didn't flinch one bit.
ケイチ君と同じ。帰り道だよ。
Really? And pray tell, why are you coming home with a hatchet? Let alone, why are you coming home from school with a hatchet? And where's Mion? What's she gonna be doing, huh? She sounded pretty pissed when I mentioned shit about the police.
じゃあそのナタは何だよ。
じゃあケイチ君のそのバットは何なのかな。
Oh, I see how this is gonna go. You're going to try to act like me in this scenario. Nice try, bitch!
俺は素振りで。
じゃあレナは宝探しなの。
You gave a rather flippant explanation as to why she would have such a fearsome weapon.
宝探し？
ダム現場の宝の山にね、また新しいかいいのを見つけたの。
Oh no, I ain't falling for your cute antics. Not anymore.
だからね、それを発掘するために必要なの。
You know, a shovel would work fine for digging.
信じるかよ、そんなの。
信じないよね。
Reina's laugh was obviously very strange. I'd seen Reina's transformation many times before, but the one today was completely different. Like her mischievous tone was showed glit in her eyes. It wasn't something that roundabout. Well, fuck. I'm not sure what to say, but it was just so obvious.
待ってよ、ケイチ君。
This is it. She's gonna strike. Reina didn't stop walking, even as she let out that eerie laugh. Whenever Reina got close to me, I would scurry away and turn backwards there. This cycle repeated over and over. No matter how you looked at it, I was being chased by Reina and was trying to escape.
ついてくるなよ。
それはできない相談だよ。レナの家もこっちだもん。
Well, I ain't going in the direction of your house or my house. There's actually a nice place called the police station I'm heading to. There's an old friend there. I think you should meet him. When I met with Reina on this road yesterday, she cowered and trembled as she followed my commands. But today was different. Reina didn't show any hint of... Fuck my life. Actually, wasn't I the one who was cowering? If the way home for Reina was for me the same, that's fine. I'd just change my route. That'd work out, wouldn't it? I turned into a side street that I'd never been down, and knew little about. But Reina saw me do that and followed me while laughing. Damn it, why? Why? Aren't you going home? Then just go home down the street you normally do. Why would you follow me down this weird little side of the road? Those thoughts screamed in my head, eventually spilling out of my mouth.
どうしてついてくるんだよ。
Is nobody around to see this shit? The tone of my voice was already tinged with terror.
ケイチ君とお話ししたいから。
You want to talk? Drop the hatchet and any other potential weapons you have, and then we'll fucking talk.
ケイチ君もレナとお話ししたいんじゃないかな。
I'm not a fan of talking to people with weapons unless I know they're on my side.
俺は何も話したいことなんかない。
嘘だよね。相談したいこときっとあるはずだよ。
ない。レナと話すことなんか何もないよ。
嘘だよね。
You always seem to know whether or not I'm lying, huh?
嘘じゃないよ。
嘘だ。
Whoa. Reina's scream echoed, startling some nearby birds in flight. I cringed in fear. The only other thing I could hear was the only thing I could do was increase my pace.
お話ししようよ、ケイチ君。
I'd never seen that sprite before, holy shit.
お話。
Damn it, is there really nobody around this area? Why was I running down this unfamiliar, deserted
圭
street?
一君には悩んでることがあるんじゃないかな。
ないよ。何も悩んでない。
嘘だ
If you think I want something to ask, why don't you tell me? You can apparently read my goddamn mind. Even though I was running, even though Reina was walking, why wasn't I getting any further
わ
away?
かるよ、わかる。レナはわかるよ。怖いんだよね、圭一君。
Who wouldn't be after someone's chasing him with a weapon?
怖くなんかない。何も怖いことなんか。
嘘だ
My breathing grew heavy, and it felt like my legs were giving out from beneath me. Reina wasn't breaking a sweat.
レナだけは相談に乗ってあげられるよ。今度こそ乗ってあげられる。
I had no idea what she was talking about, or what exactly she wanted to
今
do.
度こそ相談に乗ってあげられる。サトシ君の時とは違うもの。
Oh! Bringing up Satoshi in this scenario, are we? When she said Satoshi's name, I turned back for a moment. But even as I did that, Reina was still advancing. I couldn't afford to stop.
サトシ君も悩んでた。辛そうだった。でもレナは相談に乗ってあげられなかった。とても悲しかった。
Where did this street connect to? All these twists and turns, ups and downs. It was hard to believe that I was even remotely in the direction towards my house. My sense of direction had long since gone out the
サ
window.
トシ君が転校しちゃった時ね、本当に後悔したんだよ。
Still haven't told me what this transferred out means.
レナが相談に乗ってあげれば、サトシ君は転校せずに済んだかもしれないって、すごく後悔した。
The road led me deeper into the forest. I wasn't getting farther away from the village more... Wait, wasn't I getting farther away from the village more than I ran? I lost more and more of my composure the more I thought about it. But despite this realization, my inner self was still disturbingly
だから
calm.
ね、誓ったの。もしもサトシ君みたいに苦しんでる人にもう一度会えたなら、レナが助けてあげようって。もう人が転校するところは見たくないな。
You have a weird way of showing it. Damn it! What does transfer even mean? I won't let you quote-unquote transfer me. I won't end up the same as Satoshi.
さあ、ケイチ君、レナに話して。レナはきっとケイチ君を理解してあげられるよ。レナだけはケイチ君の味方。
If I'm your ally, why have you been doing all this shit, eh? I started wheezing, out of breath. My lungs were so hot, they felt like they were going to explode, and my heart was beating as hard as it possibly could. I should have practiced running instead of my fucking swing. Couldn't even afford to scoff at that stupid thought.
悩みがなくなれば、きっとケイチ君も元通り。みんなとも仲良しに戻れて、また楽しく部活ができるよ。今度は一緒に組んで、みーちゃんをやっつけようね。
Even her laugh went off screen. Yeah, how much fun that would be. Reina couldn't even imagine how much I wish I could turn back the clock of the past few days.
レナともきっと仲良しに戻れるよ。また一緒に宝探しに行きたいね。今度はお弁当も作っていくよ。なんなら今から宝探しでもいいよ。行こうよ、一緒にダム現場。見つけたばかりの可愛いの、ケイチくんにも見せてあげるね。きっとケイチくんも気に入るよ。
Your laughs are making this less and less convincing. My footsteps made pathetic flapping sounds as my legs wobbled and faltered. Hot on my heels, Reina's steps were sharply breaking twigs underfoot. I had to accept it. I was on the run, being chased by Reina. If she caught me, it was all over. I realized it instinctively. I couldn't even begin to think about what the end would entail. Just that if I was caught, it was all over. That's all I knew. It didn't matter how it was going to end. I wouldn't let it end. Not without knowing anything. Not yet. The momentary lapse was all it took. All the things that could have happened. My knees buckled underneath me, and I crumbled towards the ground. I tried to stand frantically, urging my legs to respond. I used my bat to make a makeshift cane to prop myself, but Reina was already standing right in front of me. Compared to me, out of breath and utterly exhausted, Reina was so cool and composed that she could have froze the air around her. She wasn't even breathing hard at all. Rather, I didn't even sense her heart was even beating. Fucking A!
何が怖いのかな。
You're coming at me with a fucking hatchet! Why would I? Oh my.
怯えるなんてケイチくんらしくないよ。
Stop laughing like that! Her expression looked almost affectionate. Those soulless eyes, that mask of affection. Reina's hands gently slipped over her head. The blur of arms as they moved made me feel like I was staring into a godliness, what the fuck, of a 1,000-armed Buddha. Then both of her hands met above her head, and the hatchet that she held came into focus. I stared up at it in disbelief. It was all I could do.
教えてくれ。サトシはどうなったんだよ。
Reina stayed like that, with the hatchet raised above her head, and solemnly opened her mouth. It was as if she was expressing a farewell to a friend she was never going to see again. That cruel scenario resided somewhere in her actions.
言ったよ。サトシくんは転校したの。
その転校ってのをやめろよ。鬼隠しってことなんだろ。そうだろ。もう教えてくれたっていいだろ。サトシを消したのは誰だよ。エラかミオンか、それとも村の誰かが。答えろよ。
I became frantic the more I screamed, but Reina did nothing but maintain the smile frozen on her face.
ケイチくんが何を言ってるかわからないな。
じゃあ分かるように言ってやる。連続開始事件の犯人は誰だ。
ケイチくんは勘違いしてるよ。
え？
人間の犯人なんかいない。
Fucking figured.
すべてはお社様が決めることだもの。
お社様のたたりなんて迷信だろ。レナは信じてるってのか。
信じるとか信じないとかじゃない。お社様はいるの。
Period. Well, damn, she got me there. Reina's gaze grew even more good. The ferocity of her stare was so intense, not allowing me to question anything.
お社様なんているわけが。
ケイチくんは信じないの？お社様。
信じられるはずないだろ。そんなのいるわけがない。
いるよ、お社様。
Prove it, bitch.
ケイチくんだって身近に感じてるはずだよ。
そんなもの感じたことないよ。
ケイチくんさ、誰かに謝られたことない？それもずっと。
All noise from the outside world had disappeared. Only Reina's voice resounded, loudly and
それは
terribly.
ね、許してもらえるまでずっとついてくるの。学校へも、お家へも、枕元へも。
I couldn't understand what Reina was
レナ
saying.
のところへも来たんだよ、お社様。だからレナは転校してひなみ沢に帰ってきたの。
I don't understand. I don't understand. What does transfer even mean? What was Reina
ケ
saying?
イチくんのところにもお社様来てるんじゃない？きっと相談に乗れるのは私だけ。 圭一君を転校なんかさせないから。
So you're gonna kill me? Reina's demented laughter clung around inside my head. Was Reina saying Oyashiro-sama came after her as well? That's right. Last night I had heard more about when I asked about Reina.
他言無用でお願いします。また内容にはすべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。被害者も学校も告訴していないので調書がないのです。つまり警察が関与してないわけなんですよ。ですから詳細は関係者からの聞き取りのみなのです。つまり信憑性が高くない。
Oh shit.
被害者って言いましたか？レナはガラスを割っただけじゃないんですか？
いえ、男子生徒が3人ほどリュウグウレナに殴られています。金属バットでです。2人はあざで済みましたが、1人は片目に後遺症を残すほどの大怪我をしたそうです。
それって傷害事件じゃないんですか？警察は逮捕とかしないんですか？
どういうわけか被害者が告発しないんですよ。警察に届け出がないので。
What the fuck? Even then, that's still assault. Press charges. Just what the fuck? And what if the kid was murdered, huh? They were beaten with a bat and suffered significant injuries. Normally there would be a criminal investigation, so why didn't they press any
被害者の
charges?
男子生徒3人にもそれぞれ話を聞こうとしましたが、全員口が重いんです。こう言ってはなんですが、怯えてるんですよ。彼女が転校した今でも。
大石さん、話を最初から整理して話してくれませんか？
Rina hit people while she broke the windows? Or was it she started breaking the windows after she got bored of hitting people? They sounded similar, but the meanings were drastically different.
某月某日、リュウグウレナは親しい男子生徒3人と一緒にプール倉庫のあたりで話をしていました。
その3人って何者ですか？
個人名は伏せますが、3人ともリュウグウレナととても親しい仲良しグループだったそうで
There
す。
were 3 boys. Satoshi is a boy. Who knows? Maybe he was somehow involved.
彼女はこう言ってんだったんですな。
I'm the lone boy in my group. I hate saying that out loud. God, ew. Keiichi is the lone boy in the group. There, that sounds better. So, it wasn't that strange that the 4 of them were
そ
together.
れでどうなったんです？
理由はわかりません。リュウグウレナはプール倉庫脇にあった野球部のバットを手に取り、3人
Oh, oops. There were no witnesses. This was an account pieced together by the information given at the time of the incident. One day after school, Reina and 3 male students were at the pool storage shed talking together. They weren't seeking help, rather, they would usually meet up there. It became a heated discussion. At the time, Reina underwent a change. The change was so abrupt that the 3 of them didn't comprehend what was happening. And then taking the medal back, she attacked her friends one after another. Leaving her friends covered in blood with gashes in their heads, she made her way towards the school building. There's no blood on the bat though, Jesus. Then she broke the glass windows one after another. A few minutes later, the teacher appeared on the scene and subdued her.
レナに起こった変化って何ですか
？3人の証言で一致するのは、突然人が変わった、豹変したという点です。
豹変。
I also could recall Reina's transformation. that I had seen change many times before. It was different from the usual Reina, and I couldn't help but believe that it was someone else who looked like Reina.
その表変っていうのはたびたびあったことなんですか？
いえ、そういうのは全くなかったそうです。私も調べられる限り、彼女の過去や病歴等を追ってみましたが、見つけることはできませんでした。
そのレナみたいに突然人が変わる現象って結構あるんですか？
もちろんありますよ。精神的なものから性格的なものまでたくさんあります。
ではレナには潜在的に表変する要素があったってことですか？
断言はできません。ですが、リュウグウ・レナをよく知る友人たちからの証言では、とても彼女にそういう要素があるようには思えません。
Kind, caring, and adorable. Even before she transferred here, she was probably pretty popular in a school like she was now. That girl transforming suddenly, insulting them with a bat. Who could imagine such a thing? Nobody could have seen it coming. I myself sometimes believe that I was mistaken in thinking that was Reina, even
そして
now.
どうなったんですか？
学校の正面が病院でしたので、3人はすぐに病院に担ぎ込まれ、手当てを受けました。
レナは警察はどうして警察沙汰にならなかったんですか？
警察は呼ばれなければ関与はできませんからね。
一人は後遺症を残すくらい大怪我したんじゃないんですか？どうして訴えないんです？
Oh, hey, it's a trash bot. I don't like that look there. Follower, primes, and viewers at asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. That's my favorite website. You know what that bot should go to? That bot should go to gofuckyourself.org. That's my personal favorite website to send people who are dumb enough to make a bot to think that anyone would fall for that shit. It's probably some 30-year-old in their mom's basement or something. I don't fucking know. Anyways, while ignoring that bot, maybe I should just ban it. Yep, dead. I was expecting Ken to attack, but never mind.
私もそこは引っかかりました。何かの圧力、もしくは脅迫があったのか、それとも訴えたくても訴えられない理由があったのか。
もちろん大石さんのことですから調べたんですよね。
ねえ、まあ。ですが、初めに言いましたよね。被害者たちの口がとにかく重いのです。触れたがらないというか、関わりたくないというか。
Reluctant to talk. Didn't want to touch it. Didn't want to be involved. It resembled the villagers here in the Oyashiro-sama's curse.
学校の先生とかからは何も聞けなかったんですか？
学校は聖域なんですよ。隠蔽体質とでも言いますか。私も捜査令状を取ってませんから弱いんですよね。
じゃあ学校側はノーコメント？
いえ、事件の存在自体を否定しました。ですが某日、間違いなく病院に3人の男子生徒が打撲で担ぎ込まれたのは事実なんです。病院にその記録が残ってますので。
被害者は語らず学校は否定する。何もわからないじゃないですか。
ねえ、その事件があったという事実以上のことは何もわかりません。被害者たちもこの事件が公になることを望んでいませんので、私と前原さん、私たち2人が忘れれば事件はそのまま闇に消えるでしょうな。
For a brief period, we sat in silence. At first glance, it looked like a pretty simple assault case. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The depths were obscured by rolling waves, sinking quietly into the void, as if it never existed to begin
その
with.
後、学校を謹慎で休学します。そしてその間、神経科医のカウンセリングを受けました。
その医者からは何か聞けたんですか？
これがまた職業倫理のしっかりした尊敬すべき方でしてね。口が固いんですよ。もうとにかく。
警察手帳を見せてもダメなんですか？
書面で申請しろと言われました。手帳自体に法的拘束力は何もありませんからね。
じゃあ大石さんはどうやってレナがお社様のことを告白したことを知ったんですか？
一部を聞いてた看護師さんがいましてね。この方は手帳を見せただけで協力してくださいました。
それでなんと？
Turns out the nurse hadn't heard anything. Apparently, all she remembered is that what she overheard from inside the
看護
room.
師さんが言うには、その時のリュウグウレナはとても淡々としていて落ち着いていたそうです。
It was more like she was confessing her sins at a church than at a counseling session. She spoke with her mother there for some of it, but partway through, her mother was asked to leave, so it became a private counseling session between just the doctor and Reina for a while.
例のお社様の話はどこで出てきたんですか？
途中です。その名前を突然叫んだのです。だから看護師さんもびっくりして聞き耳を立てたのです。
お社様です。
Reina suddenly shouted that. I had no idea what it was said before that. I had no idea the meaning behind what it could have been. The doctor calmly, collectedly asked Reina to have a seat.
そのお社様というのは何ですか？
Gently, ever so gently. The fundamental part of counseling is to be a good, patient listener.
ひなみ沢を捨てた人は必ずお社様に追われるんです。そしてとうとう私のところにも来たんです。
竜宮さんが今のお家に引っ越される前に住んでいた町ですね。
私は引っ越したくなかったけど、お母さんとお父さんの都合で仕方なく引っ越しました。でもお社様は許してくれなかったんです。
竜宮さんはきっとひなみ沢にもお友達がたくさんいたんでしょうね。今でも懐かしいんじゃないですか？
帰りたい。ひなみ沢に帰りたい。帰りたいんじゃない。帰らなきゃいけない。本当はもっと早くに帰らなきゃいけなかった。でももうダメ。お社様が来てしまった。
お社様というのはそのひなみ沢の神様なんですね。
Yeah, something like that.
誰でも知ってるひなみ沢の守り神様なんです。それでひなみ沢を捨てて出て行こうとすると罰を当てるんです。
竜宮さんが引っ越しをされたのはもうずいぶん前ですよね。では今になってその神様がやってきたということですか？
信じないでしょうけど、お社様はいるんです。
The nurse was then asked by another nurse to do something and left the room. But that was all she remembered.
お社様がか。
確かにひなみ沢にはそういう迷信があります。里を捨てて出ていくとお社様の罰が当たるという。この辺りは前原さんもすでにご存知ですよね。
I knew very well what those scorned by the village incurred. To hinder the dam construction project, they cursed the construction foreman to his death. Then the following year, Satoko's parents, supporters, and leading advocates for the dam were cursed to their death. But this was the first time I've heard of this curse incurred by leaving the village.
初耳です。村の外敵がたたられるのはわかりますが、どうして出ていく村人まで？普通出ていく者はたたられないものじゃないんですか？
I know it sounds a bit strange to say it, but I could see that rule as a rule that people who come in are those who would be the cursed. Far from Jupiter, far from his thunder. Curses weren't something to chase people that leave, were they? Oishi-san pondered for a bit over on the other end of the receiver, then began speaking again.
ひなみ沢が大昔鬼ヶ淵と呼ばれていたという話はしましたよね。
I recalled hearing that. Long ago, Hinamizawa was feared and respected as a village of demons.
麓の村人たちは鬼たちを崇めていました。で、鬼ヶ淵は神聖な土地なので絶対に不可侵。むやみに立ち入るとお社様のたたりがあるとされてきたんです。
Those who set foot in Onagafuchi, in other words, Hinamizawa, would be cursed. I could understand
それは
that.
わかります。でも出ていくのまでダメってのは。
鬼たちもまたですね。俗世に出ていかないようお社様に厳しく見張られていたんだとか。つまりお社様っていうのは俗世と鬼ヶ淵の交流を禁じていたんでしょうな。
I see. I finally understood what sort of thing Oyashiro-sama was.
つまりお社様ってのは守り神ってよりも監視者なんですね。
Which means some demons could still seep through. This has become an interesting situation.
この地を外界から隔離しようとする。
そんな感じになるんでしょうな。すみません。私も詳しくないんです。この辺りはばあ様の受け売りでして。
I could understand it a bit better if it was like that. Those who came into Hinamizawa would be cursed, and those who tried to leave would also be cursed. So would that be like a double curse? The fuck? So because Reina, she fulfilled the requirements of being... So she originally... Oh wait, maybe it's like if you're born in Hinamizawa, you don't get cursed instantly? Is that what it is? That would make a little more sense.
つまりレナは望まない引っ越しをしたためお社様のたたりにあったと、そう話しているわけですか。
要約するとそういう意味なんでしょうな。実際この後しばらくしてひなみ沢に引っ越していますから。
Those who abandoned Hinamizawa and left were cursed. But then, why only Reina? Shouldn't Reina's parents have also been guilty of the same transgression by moving away and have been cursed? Also, in this day of age of Japan, shouldn't there be a lot of people coming and going? If every single one of them was cursed, then it'd be insane. But in reality, it wasn't that big a deal at all. At most, there would be one person dying and one disappearing on the day of the Wanagashi. I don't like saying at most, though.
まあとにかくわからないことだらけなんですよ。お社様のたたりがどうだったにせよ、クラスメートを金属バットで殴った理由にはなりませんし、被害者まさか前原さんも恐ろしいたたりが起こって被害者たちがすくみ上がったなんてこと信じるわけないですよね。
Suppose it's a possibility. Of course I didn't want to believe it. But more importantly, I just realized something else. There's still another bizarre connection that Reina made between Oyashiro-sama's curse and metal bats. Satoshi fell victim to Oyashiro-sama's curse and went missing. And I recently learned that Satoshi had become more in whatever that word is with the metal bat right before he disappeared, just like me. Then Reina as well. She was affected by Oyashiro-sama's curse. She confessed that much to the doctor. And the weapon which she had used all the time for the horrendous act was, again, a metal bat. And finally, me. Missed some stuff. What happened? Long story short, Reina was chasing us down through some stuff. We're on the ground, and she was telling us about not getting transferred. Then we got a flashback of Oyashiro-sama, Oishi telling us about the Oyashiro-sama shit. And how apparently, before Reina transferred and destroyed all the glass in her school, she apparently beat 3 of her friends to a pulp with a bat. 2 of them had bruises. 1 of them had a fatal injury for their eye. I'd encountered various things that were inexplainable, and now I was holding on to a metal bat. I was shocked when I learned that Satoshi did the same thing. It couldn't be. Had the same thing happened to Reina? But there was one critical difference between her and Satoshi's case. That being that Satoshi went missing after falling victim to the curse. But Reina's still here. Both of them had fallen victim to the Oyashiro-sama's curse, and yet both of them met different endings. And finally, me. I couldn't call it a coincidence anymore. Reina, Satoshi, and finally, me. Could it be that I was really under the curse right now? More importantly, what do I do now? Satoshi had been demoned away, vanishing without a trace. Reina was fine. Fine. Reina had undergone a change. I could only believe that there was something that Reina was... wasn't Reina residing within her. And here right now, it was standing before me.
レナ、教えてくれ。
Right. Almost forgot we were here.
俺はどうなるんだよ。
Reina stood imposingly, not answering.
サトシは消えた。だけどレナは消えなかった。じゃあ俺はどうなるんだよ。
Let me guess. You're gonna make it some sick pattern where I die instead. Never heard such an unpleasant laugh before. It had become akin to the sound of her breathing. It was no longer a voice or an expression of
大
feeling.
丈夫だよ。レナが助けてあげるから。
What's your definition of saving? Reina took one step forward, still holding the hatchet high above her head.
さあ、
One step closer, Reina's face spread out, filled my vision.
話して。
One step closer. Reina's nose was close enough to touch mine, still pushing
話し
closer.
たいことがあるんだよね。レナが聞いてあげる。助けてあげるから。ね。
This is some twisted cult shit.
話してね。話してね。
I slumped down, landing squarely on my butt. It wasn't for some pathetic reason. It was all I could do to get as far away from Reina. Oh. I had a gut feeling that I couldn't let her laughter end. Because when that laughing ended, the moment I picked up on that feeling, my body moved by instinct. I sprang to my feet as fast as I could, and I couldn't believe it. I pushed Reina away with both hands. Reina was light as a feather, thrown about by the unbalanced weight of the hatchet. She was sent backwards as if she was carried off by the wind. In the corner of my eye, I dashed off at full speed. I was a perfect picture of fleeing like a greased pig. Get away from Reina. Run away. Survive. I couldn't think of anything other than this. While I was running, I remembered that I was holding on to a bat the entire time. Such a worthless weapon. I couldn't believe I'd forgotten about this weapon at such an important time. I sped even further down the winding path. I didn't even feel myself grasping for breath or my legs getting heavy. My body understood it as well. If I didn't run away from here, I wouldn't live. I could hear the laughter from Reina coming from behind me. It rang through the trees in my head, slowly chiseled away at my sanity. The grove of the trees thinned out, and my vision suddenly expanding. Where was this? For a moment I was bewildered by the scenery and felt like I knew, but I couldn't quite remember. Is this the dam site? I quickly realized it was the dam site. The fact that I dashed madly and ended up into a place like this gave me a bad feeling, like I was following someone's scripted plot. I had a good view of my surroundings, but I didn't see a single soul here. This was a terrible spot for someone to run, but there was no better place for an attacker. My heart was already on the verge of bursting. The muscles in my legs were screaming, but I didn't care. If I stopped here, they may not be able to scream much longer. Even still, I glanced back, looking for an excuse to rest. Reina wasn't there. Instead, I saw 2 villagers walking around. I breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't Reina, but a third party. Except the voice inside me rang an alarm once again. Villagers walking around weren't suspicious in itself, but it bothered me. They both wore rough-looking clothes. Empty-handed, they definitely gave the impression that they were out on a walk. By this time of day, 2 adults wandering around without a purpose, it was enough to raise questions. But more than anything else, those eyes. They weren't chit-chatting while walking, they were both silent, heading forward, looking in my direction. I was at the end of my rope and finally started imagining things. I should have run away. That would probably be the best choice. If they weren't involved, I'd lose them easily by running. If they were a part of a group after me, then they would come running after me. Either way, unless I hurried up, Reina would catch up with me. That's right, I was going to run. Deciding that, the moment I began to turn tail, both of them rushed towards me, as if they knew exactly what I was thinking. Somewhere inside me, I jumped to the conclusion that Reina was came to the conclusion that Reina was the only thing I needed to be afraid of. I made the assumption that I didn't need to fear anyone else, but right now I realized how blatantly wrong I was. Suddenly, the story Oishi-san told me about the demons all leaving the village and haunt the prey had floated through the back of my mind. I could tell that they were both coming after me, even without turning around because of their frantic footsteps. Whatever word that was. It was frightening, being unable to shake off Reina as she slowly closed in on me. But this didn't even compare. Being pursued by such violent ferocity, this straightforward horror was unparalleled. One of the pursuers' arms grazed my shoulder. Now, it wasn't just their frenzied footsteps, but also the distant sound of their breathing I could hear. No, I could practically feel them breathing on me. They were right behind me. Calm down, Keiichi. Still running at full tilt, I felt the surrounding areas go still. No, it felt like time itself had stopped. I turned my head slightly in the frozen world, realizing how close my pursuers had gotten to me. I couldn't win against the legs of an adult. Unless the time would blink twice, when this frozen time began moving again, they would be right on top of me. On top of me, and then... Don't think about it, Keiichi. First, realize that you won't be able to shake them off like this. The fact that you can't get away is a given. You need to make a decision. Go with the right leg, or go with the left. You need to decide which one. Let's go with the left. The moment I decided that, the temporary burst into pieces. Right. Left. I swung the bat in a large arc with my arm. I stopped and suddenly spun. No! 2 of them were clearly startled. Momentarily losing sight of me, both of them outstretched their arms, ready to grab me. Instead, grasped at an empty space. There's not much choices. I don't think there's any choices. I mean, this is like, what, my fucking 5th or 6th stream of this game? There hasn't been a single dialogue option, so... The man on the right, I applaud him for being able to figure out, spun around to the spot I shouldn't have been, and faced me in astonishment. But it was too late. I didn't even need to swing my bat. All I needed was to extend my arms and turn around. It was by no means a heavy blow, but it seemed like it had enough power behind it to knock him off of his feet. But just by knocking him down wasn't enough to scare him away. He got back up in no time. Both of them took a frightening stance and were ready to face me, watching an anime but a novel. I mean, fair. This made me certain that they were just 2 people out for a walk. They weren't just 2 people out for a walk. They were after me. Felt much easier than dealing with Reina. Well, yeah, they don't have a hatchet. Just by not recognizing their face and not knowing them made things easier. I smiled really on the inside. It's fine if it was just a bluff. By barking at them, I was able to fire myself up. They didn't respond. They spread out to either side of me, with unbelievably calm expressions in their faces. One of them would grab onto my bat and the other would hold me down. Was that perhaps their plan? Take them both on at once. That would be impossible. Hot sweat poured from every pore of my body. Then I just have to settle it with the first move. I'd step in and strike the first one down. Narrowing my target down to the man to my right had already been knocked down before, stepped and swung with all my might. There was no way for an unarmed person to guard against it. It would cause immense damage. If they blocked it with their arm, their bone would likely snap like a twig. If they turned their back to it, it would be a possible blow and would travel all the way to their vital organs. It looked like he was aware of this. He pushed farther through the kill zone between us and delivered a fist into my gut. Not good. With this distance and this position of stay, there's no way for me to dodge it. The world flipped upside down. I understand that I was being tossed around like a rag doll. I landed on soft earth without sound, feeling the grainy soil press against my face. Didn't hurt at all. But the moment I thought of that, I suddenly felt pain coming from the ends of my skin, as well as the contents of my stomach being forced upwards, flooding my mouth with a bitter sensation. I knew very well that I didn't have the time to relish this experience. I stood up quickly as I could before the other man was already barreling towards me. Being able to comprehend calmly that I wouldn't be able to dodge it made it more upsetting. After plowing into my stomach with full force again, my assailant twisted around me and locked his thick arm around my neck. My throat felt like it was being crushed by his immense strength. Jesus Christ. I couldn't even contemplate that I was being strangled, nor that I was about to go unconscious. My vision simply darkened, and as silent whining noises began in my mind. It took everything I had to keep myself from blacking out. While this was happening, the other man was more than likely standing in front of me. I wasn't able to open my eyes, but I could feel he was there. There was nothing I could do now. Unable to shake his arm off me, I couldn't run. I couldn't fight back. Dire strats. Couldn't even come up with a phrase that adequately described my situation. Bullshit, this ain't... No. What's this? A familiar ceiling. The smell of bed and pillows. I knew them well. Is this my room? Normally there wouldn't be anyone in my room besides me. But their presence made me spring awake. When I did that pain shot throughout my body.
大丈夫かな？横になってた方がいいと思うよ。
Why is Reina in my room? Blood began to surge through my muscles but Reina's smile belonged to Reina I knew well. I knew I shouldn't let myself feel this way, but I was relaxed thinking that this version of Reina was safe.
俺はどうして
覚えてないの？
意識がなくなってからのことは全然。
My body had become more lethargic than I could ever imagine. I guess that would be expected after an outcome, inserting everything I had back from there. I tried to at least clear my head, but I couldn't shake the sluggish feeling out of my mind.
一応お医者さんにも電話したから、もうすぐ来ると思うよ。それまで横になってた方がいいと思うな。
I wasn't injured seriously enough to merit calling a doctor, but knowing that someone impractical was coming was slightly reassuring.
俺どうしてここにいるんだ？確かダム現場で。
それはレナが聞きたいな。何があったのかな。レナが行った時にはケイチ君倒れてて。
だから聞きたいのは俺の方だよ。変な二人組に襲われて。
When I talked about it, I finally remembered what happened right before I passed out. recalling the memory and terror that went along and caused my fogginess around my mind to clear up. Let's forget about those two for right now. I didn't expect Reina to be nursing me. I thought Reina was trying to kill me. I thought she would have the perfect chance to do so while I was unconscious. Not only did she not kill me, but she nursed me back to health.
よく俺を引きずってここまで来れたな。重かったろ。
Looking at Reina's delicate frame, it was hard to believe that she had not only gotten me back home, but even dragged me all the way up to the second floor. Did she even have help?
圭一君、覚えてないの？
Reina appeared a bit surprised, but still kept her smile.
レナは圭一君に肩を貸しただけだよ。大丈夫、自分で歩けるって圭一君が。覚えてない？
I didn't remember. My memory was fuzzy after the point where I lost consciousness.
二人組はどうした？レナが来た時、俺と一緒に、あるいはそばに二人組の男が。
いなかったよ。
She said it so bluntly. The way she stated it felt slightly unpleasant. It was just too timid at the time. I might be able to force some answers out of Reina, but if I did that, then this kind of Reina might transform into scary Reina who I didn't know, nor do I want to be partially injured while she's near me. Fearing that, I didn't press any farther. Thinking about it, it was the obvious choice. If both of those men were there, I don't think Reina would have even stood a chance. I couldn't find a way to explain it unless I assumed she brought me here with after those two were already gone. Reina was still smiling. Her eyes sparkled warmly, yet I felt like I was hallucinating and I saw something akin to a shadow slowly creeping on her face. That small omen sent shivers down my spine. While Reina was still Reina, I needed to make contact. I needed to contact Oishi-san. Reina stopped me when I tried to get out of bed. She said it would aggravate my wounds, so I should...
トイレに行きたいんだけどな。
ごめん。
Reina couldn't say anything else. While Reina stayed in the room, I quickly went downstairs to get the phone receiver from the lining room. When I approached the front door, the doorbell rang. It must have been the doctor that Reina had called. It felt strange for a patient to welcome the door over. Okay, yep. But it would be incredibly reassuring to have him here for a considerable time, and it would... Yeah. Why?
Mion.
Fuck my life, fuck my life, fuck my life, fuck me. If I fall asleep and getting a nightmare, I'm blaming you. I didn't do jack shit. I didn't do jack shit.
あれ？元気そうだね。
Do I?
倒れてたって言うから様子見に来たんだけど。
なんで俺が倒れてたって知ってるんだよ。
レナが電話してきたから。他に理由が必要？
I understood why she would call a doctor, but why me on too? Reina was descending the stairs behind me.
レナ、ケイちゃん大丈夫そうだよ。たく、心配して損した。
そうだね。レナも心配して損したかな。
Both had begun laughing. It appeared to be cheerful laughter, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was darkness looming over them.
うわ、何この下駄箱。どうしてたの？
The shoe rack that I had smashed into pieces had been there like that since yesterday.
転んでさ、その拍子に持ってたバットで叩いちゃったんだよ。
持ち慣れないもん振り回してるからこういうことになるんだよ。
I kept the fact that it was none of her business to myself.
でもこれじゃおばさまたちが帰ってきたらびっくりしちゃうね。後でレナが片付けておくね。
さあ、ほらケイちゃん。重病人なんだからちゃんと寝てないとダメだよ。さあさあ、お布団に戻った。
Both of them urged me upstairs. I had no choice but to call Oishi-san. I was pushed into my bed. As it was the first time Mion had ever been in my room, she began searching around it. She fiddled around my room and was scolded by Reina. You can imagine how it went. It was uncomfortable having my room being poked around, but the conversation was soon that heartwarming. During the innocent conversation, Mion had said something as though it was perfectly ordinary.
レナ、
Then stabbed Beth.
監督には電話した？
みーちゃんに電話した後すぐにね。すぐ来るって言ってたよ。
Director? That's an out-of-place word to give me a bad feeling. Reina called a doctor, then called Mion, and after that, she called a director? Who is the director? Since Mion and Reina's conversation was so peaceful, it felt slightly odd.
二人とも何の話をしてるんだよ。監督ってなんだよ。
ケイちゃんしんどいの？監督って言ったら監督だよ。
映画の監督とか工事現場の監督とか。
No! 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 I dug through all my memories for the director who might have had business with me. The only one that could come to mind, what Reina had just said, the construction site foreman. The very first victim of the incident. Dismemberment at the damn construction site. The foreman? But that was strange. He was supposed to be dead. There's no way they would be able to call him.
お前らが何の話をしてるのかわからないよ。その監督が俺と何か関係あるのか？来るって言ったけど、うちに来るのか？
I asked one obvious question after another. Followed to, yeah. There's a huge difference between how the two of them appeared. Okay. Slowly I felt discomfort and panic welling up inside me. Couldn't understand what Reina and Mion were talking about.
ケイちゃん、最近は野球に凝ってるんだよね。監督、それ聞いたら喜ぶと思うな。
だから監督って誰だよ。
監督は監督さんだよ。
I'm so dead. I'm so fucking dead.
だから監督って誰だよ。
Reina and Mion looked at each other and laughed heartily. That disturbing cackle unpleasantly resounded around me. That laugh, long enough to be unsettling, ended abruptly.
そうだ。監督が来る前に済ませとくかな。ケイちゃん、覚えてるかい？
Her face was laughing, but Mion's eyes told a different story.
覚えてるって何をだよ。
ケイチくん忘れちゃったのかな。罰ゲームなんだよ。罰ゲームなんだよ。忘れちゃったのかな。おはぎの宿題。どれがレナの作ったおはぎかを当てる宿題。
I'm assuming the one with the fucking needle inside.
あれ、確か宿題忘れだったよね。
I certainly did have that homework. But I had thrown away the rest of the mochi after I found that sewing needle. So I wasn't able to answer which one Reina made. The penalty for that? Why now? No doubt my question was written all over my face. Their answer to my question was that dry laughter. I could no longer make heads or tails of anything. I began to think that this entire day was somehow insane, strange, incomprehensible. Being chased by Reina, attacked by strange men, the penalty that Mion and Reina were talking about. Don't have your eyes open when you laugh like that! What are these two laughing at? It didn't take long for me to realize that I had been dragged into an abnormal situation. Who were these two? Who were these people? Who are these doppelgangers of Reina and Mion? Reina had gotten behind me at some point. Why is she pinning my arms behind my back?
何の真似だよ。
動かないでね。
Don't you tell me not to fucking move!
罰ゲームだから。
What penalty? My body was already sluggish. Reina was pinning my arms, made it even harder to move. I seriously tried to struggle, but she didn't even budge. I didn't even budge. My panic began to well up. I realized this was well beyond the realm of jokes and pleasantries. Or eating a knife. Well, the fact that they put a fucking sewing needle in my mochi, I wouldn't put it past them. This freakishly monstrous strength would have been impossible for the Reina that I knew. And then, these thin, frail arms grasped me firmly. Whose arms were they?
ケイちゃん、抵抗しちゃダメだよ。
Don't you know struggling me?
快速代何錠でもいいや。罰ゲームに抵抗しちゃダメなんだからさ。
Mion, no. That thing that looked like Mion spoke to me how Mion would speak to me. But I was certain that that wasn't Mion. Someone who wasn't Mion. Someone who was pretending to be Mion.
監督が来る前に済まさないとね。
Mion fished into her pockets and pulled out something bizarre. I could tell it was just Ruget. But for such a thing to be in her pocket, my mind wouldn't accept it.
なんだよそれ。
It was a small syringe. It was a small clear syringe. The kind that a doctor might use if want them to get on a high fever. Reina held me tighter. Oh, and I could hear the clattering laughter that was no longer sounded like laughter blaring into my ear. Or Drago's, oh god. That eerie laughter was something that the Reina I knew could never produce from her own throat. This thing pretending to be real. Was this even a real laugh? Unable to defend myself, the syringe Mion was holding drew closer. And at the Mion tip waved in front of my face countless
大
times.
丈夫大丈夫。痛くないから痛くないから。
What's in this fucking syringe?
何をする気だよ。これは一体何の真似だよ。
ケイちゃん、何言ってんだか分かってんでしょ。
何が俺には何が何やらさっぱりわからねえよ。
知ってるくせに今さらかまととぶられてもな。
わけのわからないことを言って俺を煙に巻くのはやめろ。
Shit.
富武さんと同じ目に遭ってもらう。
The same as Tomosuke-san? I didn't really understand what she meant. She's gonna kill us! We're dead! We're dead! We are fucking dead!
ケイチ君、とぼけてるね。
We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Tomosuke died? That means we're dying!
うすうすは気づいてたくせに。
Reina whispered into my ear, laughing as if to admonish me. But even the way she spoke was repulsive beyond compare. Playing dumb? Me? About what? What do you mean same as to... Isn't it obvious we're gonna die, bitch?
みんな初めはひき逃げされたものだと思っていました。ですが意識を確かめるために近づいた警官はすぐに異常に気づきました。
Wait. Is that a drug that's gonna make Keiichi claw his throat out?
喉がね。
ナイフとか。
爪でした。
That's right. Tomosuke-san had clawed out his own throat with his nails and died. There's no way someone could die like that. So then for that to
薬
happen...
物を疑いましたが、そういう類のものは検出できませんでした。
That's right. The police didn't find any drugs in Tomotake's system.
警察は富武さんの遺体から薬物は検出できなかったって言ったぞ。
The two of them laughed together with a sickening laughter. Of course they'd laugh. To assume that such medicine didn't exist just because the police didn't know about it was completely foolish. Meaning that the drug that caused Tomotake's to die in such a bizarre manner did exist? If Mion injected this into me, then that would probably be all the proof needed. That would basically mean that I would end up the same as Tomotage-san. Become hysterical, scratching at my own throat in moments, and then die. For such an outrageous drug to exist, for Mion to be holding it, and that I was about to be injected with it? In that moment, I did not feel like there was any need whatsoever to question it. What kind of idiot, when he was trying to dodge the ball flying straight for his face, has the time to think of a reason why it's flying at him?
観念しなって。んじゃ。
Mion's actions lacking, and they made it even more terrifying. There was none of the ceremony like when someone was sentenced to death. There was no hesitation at all, as if she was brushing her teeth. Mion reached out one hand and grabbed onto my chest. It felt like electricity had run through the back of my head and the whole world had gone dark. Did I stand up too fast? Or did someone hit me real hard in the back of the head? Having lost all sense of balance, I was assaulted by a wave of dizziness. What's gonna happen? You fucking with me. You fucking with me, bitch. You fucking with me, bitch. I squatted down for a bit. When I came back to my senses, my entire room had changed drastically. The numbness in my head was gone slowly. I could tell blood was flowing into my eyes again. How long I had been squatting here? How many minutes? Or has it been hours? It was almost as if the hands on the clock had stopped moving the entire time my eyes were closed, and that's how much time has passed. Really? The air in my room wasn't filled with the madness from before, only a dull silence. Raina wasn't there pinning my arms, and Mion wasn't there about to inject me with a needle. No way. Could it be? All of it was a hallucination? There was no other presence in the room besides my own. It was the weirdest experience I've ever had. I was certainly with Reina and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but I also was seized by some sort of comfort. I guess that horrible ordeal was just a hallucination. They wouldn't do anything that terrible. My head grew hot. I could tell my emotions were welling up. Why? There wasn't a reason to cry. Why? It was sorrow. Why was I sad? I don't understand. I don't understand. Kind to everyone, not discriminating against age or gender. Mion. That Mion was sprawled by the window in an unnatural pose. Blood strained of same Reina was slumped at my feet and was making the same pool of blood as Mion. I couldn't comprehend what had happened. Did someone come to save me? Did they beat these two down with a metal bat? I finally noticed the weight in my right hand. How long had it been there? It It was Satoshi's metal bat. It was covered in deep red, and there was no doubt that this was the weapon used to mutilate both of them. And I was holding that weapon. I was the only person in the house. Looking at this objectively, I couldn't think of anyone else other than myself who could have done it. That's right. Keiichi Maibara. Of course I did it. I told myself gently, as if coaxing myself. Hey, me. There's no reason for you to remember it, nor is there a need to regret it. Eat or be eaten. You get that, don't you? Neither Reina nor Mion had moved an inch. It wasn't just for a split forehead or trickle of blood, nothing that simple. The entire room was splattered with red. It had told me that it wouldn't end with just 2 or 3 strikes. The depths of my mind were calm, but on the surface I was panicking and agitated. Calm down, Keiichi. What happened to your usual calm self? Calm down now. Do like you always do. Throw your head back and take a deep breath. Come on. Once, twice. Breathe deeply. Calm down. Calm down. I chanted it over in my head and relaxed. Color came back to my vision, and smells reinfused the air. At the same time, I remember what happened when I blacked out. Ramyeon had attacked me. They were about to inject me with whatever caused the same symptoms as Tomosuke-san. But right before that happened, I fought back. I twisted my whole body and threw Reina as she was pinning my arms. Then I followed through my spin, ran my foot as hard as I could into Mion's torso. It was soft. Reina tried jumping onto me, so I tackled her as hard as I could and slammed her against the wall. I didn't let a brief moment of having them off balance slip by. Satoshi's bat was left carelessly by the side of my desk. Blit. The moment everything went pitch black. There was nothing recorded past the point of the videotape in my mind. No, that wasn't right. That wasn't that there was nothing recorded. It was recorded just fine. It's just the other me inside myself had told me not to look and had turned off the TV. Just because the screen had gone black and I couldn't see it, doesn't mean the videotape within me hadn't recorded it. The TV was just turned off. The video was still playing. The tape within me, creaking along, still playing. On the other end of that pitch black screen was a horrifying video still playing on. Compared to this, though, this scene right before my eyes was so difficult to take in. There was blood splattered everywhere on the walls. The two of them in these unnatural poses, not a sign of movement from them. I couldn't tell if they were breathing. No matter what the circumstances were, my friends, these girls, I had attacked them. I may have even killed them. But if I hadn't done this, I would have been the one done for. Balancing that out on the imaginary scale, it felt odd that I had even felt bad about it. Even if it was a bit excessive, it was justifiable self-defense. The proof was all here. The two of them collapsed here in Mion's syringe. Mion's syringe filled with the unknown drug that certainly would solve the mystery surrounding the incident with Tomosuke-san. And from the fact that both of them were involved, they'd be able to pick out the criminals one after the other. Still, I might be suspected for this. But that's just fine. Anyway, now this should be a place fair. This wouldn't fade into darkness like Reina's past incidents. As long as the police were involved, I should bring this to a close. They'll probably even revisit their investigation on the chain of events. Oishi-san would definitely get to the bottom of it. meaning my wish of not wanting to die, of wanting to know the truth, would be fulfilled in its most basic form. All that was a matter of time now. The Dr. Arena College should be getting here soon. I'll confess everything to him. I need to contact Oishi-san. At the moment I remembered, besides the doctor, a director had been called. It was easy to imagine that they were someone deeply involved in the incidents, judging from Reina and Mion's conversation. The ache in my chest caused by a gruesome deed I had done dissipated rapidly. It was not over yet. This place was no longer safe. Stay calm, Keiichi. It's not over yet. I need to live long enough to tell the police of this incident. At this moment, I felt like I heard someone's voice from outside. Since people were speaking, it must mean there was more than one person. I moved the curtain ever so slightly and peered outside. It was a bizarre sight. About 4 or 5 grown men gathered at the gate. They very much resembled 2 men who had assaulted me at the dam site today. These 2 might even be among them. There was one person wearing a white coat, but he didn't look like a doctor at all. My gut told me that he was in disguise, only playing as a doctor. That guy would probably ring the bell and get me to open the front door. Pretend to be a doctor, get me in the door, and the rest of them would all rush in at once. At the moment I saw a car parked behind the men, and my heart nearly skipped a beat. The white van! No mistaking it. That van, the one who had tried to run me down? The man in the white coat entered the gate and headed towards the front door. The rest of them hid in the bushes and watched it. I probably couldn't pretend that I wasn't home. Undoubtedly, they just break the window and enter. I need to get out of here somehow. Then use the public phone and contact Oishi-san. Then meet up somewhere. First of all, I need a weapon. Then choose. Before all that, there's one thing I had to do. I had no intention of dying. I had to live and reveal the truth of this nonsensical curse of Oishi-sama. But then, what would happen from there on? Regardless of how determined I was, may bring about my demise. And that is why there's one thing more important than getting out of here right now. I need to get that clock out quickly and take down the note hidden behind it. Damn it! The tape was sticking to it fast. It'll be fine if it's torn a little. I opened slightly and wrote a passage with ball pen. If I wasn't able to inform Oishi-san, then the only thing I could rely on is this note. I never thought a piece of torn, college-ruled notepaper could be this reliable for. I had no time. I only wrote what I knew now. I needed to leave some sort of information what could lead them to uncover the truth. Reina and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. This was an undeniable fact. I still didn't want to believe it, but this was a fact. Anyway, I leave all this information that would help lead them to finding the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe even more. They have a white van. This was everything I was able to see from the window. There may be more. Also, there's an unidentified person known as the director. I began with, the term director didn't even mesh with Hinamizawa at all. If they're going to include directors in past incidents, then the only one is the construction foreman, the victim of the very first murder. The very first victim, yep. Killed in the lake, getting his body divided into 6 pieces. His right arm was never discovered. The police should have confirmed that death. But Reina and Mion both called him director. They said director. They wouldn't use that term to refer to someone who is dead. The police would have never conceived that as someone who is deceased would be involved. Could it be some sort of oversight? I didn't know. But even if I didn't know, it could be a big hint to Oishi-san. That's right. They needed to start fresh from the first incident. That it wasn't just a single dismemberment, but this is the start of strings of mysterious events that would follow, so then there would be something hidden here. Please reinvestigate the victim from the dismemberment incident. He's alive. His death should have been established of the autopsy. Logically, you would think as such. But was that really the case? Could it have been some sort of ploy that was able... I shouldn't jump to conclusions. But he may still be alive. There's no time to ponder that right now. Oh yeah, there's something even more important that I need to write. Tomotake's death was from an unknown drug. That's right, the drug. The irreplaceable piece of evidence. No doubt, by having this, everything will be uncovered. I couldn't just leave that vital clue lying on the floor. The syringe was proof. Writing that down, I stuck the syringe into the back of my clock with plenty of tape. It was absolutely would not slip out from behind the floor. Firmly, firmly. The doorbell rang. They were here. I couldn't write down any more. But even still, there's one thing that I needed to write. I have no idea why it had become like this. This may be the closest thing to the truth of everything I ever wrote in this nook. If you're reading this, then I'm probably already dead. Though, you may or may not find my body. If I was going to write down everything to happen, either dying from the curse or being demoned away, you who are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. With this, my last will and testament was complete. It wasn't certain that I was going to die, but it was my final plea, just in case. I folded the note stuck in the back of the clock and returned the clock back in its usual spot. I couldn't help but pray. Oishi-san, if something happens to me, I'll leave the rest to you. After that, I gazed down slightly at Reina and Mion. This is probably the last time we'll ever see each other. Reina, Mion.
みんなのこと本当に友達だと思ってたんだぜ。
But why did it end up like this? I never had any fun in my previous school. I only worried about standardized test scores, about if the school I hoped to get into was where I really wanted to go, or a safety net. That's all I talked about. It was a dull life. The people I called my friends were also my rivals in studying. In competitions, in personal records, and standardized test scores. Everyone taught me how unhealthy that lifestyle was. This month was really fun. Making a fuss over lunch, making a fuss over the club, making a fuss over the festival. Something hot began dripping down my face. Uncontrollable tears. I should have no obligation to shed tears for them. But they wouldn't stop. Even if they were after my life, even if they were trying to kill me, everything that had happened this month, I wouldn't forget it. Or could it be those happy days were all a facade as well? Was it all a trap, orchestrated up until this day to ensnare me? Could it be that I had arbitrarily assumed that they were my friends? That couldn't have been the case. Both Reina and Mayon, they really were my friends. Those happy days, there was nothing fake or unclear about them. Someone probably forced them to try to kill me, or their minds were taken over, possessed by a supernatural entity known as Oyashiro-sama. Regardless, both Reina and Mion, they were the best friends ever. And then they were coming at me. It wasn't of their own volition, but they weren't the kind of people to sell off their friends, no matter what means employed or forced them. There's no way that such a thing being possessed by... Yeah. What was I thinking? What silly dumb idea. Having beaten down both Reina and Mion, and I was still debating if they were fake or real. There is no real or fake. Only the reality that was before me. Reina and Mion were sprawled out at my feet. That was the only truth. I was only trying to twist the facts to my benefit. That I had beaten my friends to death. No matter how I spun it, it wouldn't change reality. Reina and Mion were both dead. It felt like there was a crack in the dam of the strange emotions I was holding back. It felt like my calm state, which was nothing more than a bluff, had receded and had an opening. Insanity was leaking out. I killed them. Reina and Mion, I killed them. Doorbell rang again. The unrelenting echo pulled me back into a state of composure once again. I didn't have a moment to spare. Quickly, I needed to get away. I didn't want to die. I would uncover everything after that. The identity of whoever and whatever had pushed me this far. Even if I had to drink mud and eat grass, I would survive. I would survive. I would definitely survive. I killed Reina for that very reason. I also killed Mion. I went that far to keep on living. So I can't die. For my sake, and for the sake of the late Reina and Mion. I have to survive. I ran towards the door, grabbed my shoes, the doorbell rang again, as if to urge me on. Behind a single solitary door, they were there. Keeping quiet, I head towards the kitchen. Headed towards the back door. Before opening the back door, I put my ear to check if someone was outside. No one. After I put on my shoes, I opened the door slowly not to make a sound. Piercing voice echoed out. That voice stabbed through me, setting my hair on end. I had to run! Get out of there, Keiichi! Oh shit. One after another, I felt stuff like rationable and intelligence. Those things that you would use when you have time to spare spill out of me. I didn't feel any pain from the branches scratching my arms and forehead. My autonomously pulsing heart also felt neither fatigue nor pain. My entire being just wished to live. There was nothing else it desired. There was probably no complaints whatsoever. So of course I wouldn't feel fatigue. I just ran. Just recklessly rushing in the direction I was already heading. Even if nobody was chasing me, I'd still be running like this. There wasn't a thought in my mind about where I was headed. Turning around, I felt a presence right next to me. The presence was without a doubt chasing me like a shadow. If I take one more misstep, I would be devoured. That's what I thought. So I didn't turn around. I didn't stop. I ran. At full speed. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me that it was evening. Trying to tell me something, and I finally heard it. The wailing cry of the victims who didn't make it. Would I be joining them? Only the Higurashi knew. They knew everything. They definitely knew. So I ran towards where I could hear more of the Higurashi's chirps. But the further I ran, the further away their chirps became. I couldn't get near them. Why are they running away? Was it my fault? Was I the one to blame? Then I'll apologize. I'm sorry. Oh boy. Yep. I felt that only the Higurashi knew. Is there still more to this? Holy shit. How close are we to the end of this? I don't think I got injected, but... The smoking room was filled with a cloud of cigarette smoke. The expensive smoke filter gave off a crackling electric noise, but it didn't seem like it was doing anything at all. Why do smokers have to be shoved so far down this corridor where the sun didn't even reach? I recalled hearing of the tax rate. Wait.
どうしてこれがウーマン切りなんすか?
Is this not?
街が狭くなっちゃうっすよ。
One of the younger detectives was having a staring contest with the mahjong magazine called Next Turn.
ウーマン切ってもテンパイ崩れませんから。海底にかけるなら両面で受けた方がチャンスあるんじゃないですか?
It seems like part of me wants to like take a break here, but I feel like I'm so close to the end that I feel like I shouldn't stop now. I feel like if I stop now, the next time I stream this is gonna be so damn short. And I'll have to go ahead and buy the next chapter.
クマちゃん、川を見てください。ウーマンは全員切ってますから安牌なんですよ。終盤で K 点に走った誰かがダマで待ってたら嫌でしょ。
He may be, but he's been helping, so who cares, you know? Also, you need bed. Yes, you do need bed. Go sleep. The kid let out another groan, put out his cigarette to take out another one.
納得いかないっすね。わざわざ自分で当たり牌減らすなんて。
ちなみに配定で当たり牌出しても論しちゃダメですよ。
え、どうしてですか？
Then I heard a voice coming down from the hall.
おいさん、いますか？一般の方から凱旋です。
ありゃ、こりゃどうも。それじゃ。
Civilian, that's gotta be Keiichi. Well, your extra pill.
どうして論しちゃダメなんすか？あ、待ってくださいよ、大石さん。
凱旋です。講習から。
ああ、どうもすいません。お待たせしました。大石です。もしもし。
大石さんですか？もしもし。
前原さんじゃありませんか。どうもどうも、こんにちは。
The tone of Maebara's voice. I already knew that he was in a predicament. This wasn't the first time Maebara phoned me. And he's calling from a payphone?
落ち着いてください。何がありました？
その、
His voice was erratic over the line. He completely lost sense of his composure. After checking that nobody else here, I prompted him to, in a hushed tone.
何があったんです？
俺。
落ち着いて前原さん。今そこに近場の警官を行かせます。私もすぐそっちに行きますよ。
多分無理です。
His voice was quivering and hoarse. He wasn't surrounded by people when he was making the call, was he?
前原さんは今公衆電話からかけてますよね。どこの公衆電話ですか？
There's no other sounds behind my house. He was our phone booth. He quickly.
落ち着いて前原さん。今どういう状況なんです？
It was the best practice to avoid flustering someone and panicking, but this was the best I could do for urgent call. Evie, thank you to the host. Appreciate. And a great timing. This is going down. My Barak-kun didn't just get into trouble. Get away and then call me. He was in the midst of something dangerous right now. But yelling at him right now would needlessly cause him to be even more frantic. He wasn't just calling to seek help. He was calling to tell us something more than that. Oh shit. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well and whatnot. I am partially dead. Shit has happened. That's what I'll say. Whatever that was, if I didn't get it from this call, I was certain that there would never be another chance. Fine, you'd say? That's at least good. My colleague pushed a note in front of me. There's only one booth in Hinamizawa. A patrol car is on its way. 5 minutes.
かかりすぎです。警らには何人乗ってます？2
人です。
Not enough. If it's what I imagine, there are likely quite a few people surrounding my Barakun. 5 minutes was too long.
南沢の駐在さんには電話しました。
定時巡回の時間です。家人は留守で連絡不能。
Nothing really going down in your end. Just doing channel work. Ah, I see. Gotcha. Well, at least sounds pretty cool.
そう。クマちゃん、車を回してください。
了解っす。
もしもし、おじさん。
もしもし、大丈夫です。
Why is he coughing like that? He better not be coughing blood. Did he get stabbed? What happened?
ちゃんと聞こえてますよ。
There was something wrong with my Barakun. That wasn't a normal coughing sound. Vomiting? Or was it blood? Had he already been attacked? Was he injured?
前原さん、今そこに警官が向かってます。2、3分で到着しますからなんとか持ちこたえてください。もしもし、聞こえてますか前原さん。
I could hear the other end of the line. He was having a coughing fit. The worst possible situation popped in my
前原
head.
さん、犯人は誰です？何人なんです？
俺も最初は人間が犯人なんだと思います。
Oh shit! I couldn't tell if that was a cough or
大丈夫
vomit.
ですか前原さん。
犯人は人間なんだって。お社様のたたりなんかないんだって。ついさっきまで。だけどやっぱり。
That was a tense bout of coughing, then vomiting.
やっぱりお社様ってのはいます今。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
なんかさっきからおかしいと思ってたんです。
You motherfucker game.
ずっとつけてくるんですよ。走っても走っても走っても走っても影みたいにぴったりくっついて。だけど少しずつ俺の背中ににじり寄ってくるんです。
Jesus Christ.
前原さん、そいつは今ひょっとして前原さんの後ろに
すぐ後ろに。
お願いです前原さん。怖いのはわかります。ですがお願いです。あなたの後ろに誰がいるんです？
振り向けるわけないじゃないですか。振り向いたら俺
怖いのはわかります。でも教えてほしい。ちょっと振り返るだけでいいんです。前原さんの後ろに誰がいるんです？
Oh boy. Right after I said that, I could hear him vomiting intensely. What was following the nightmare
前原さ
sound.
ん、あんたまさか喉を引っかいてたりはしないでしょうね。
There was no answer. I could hear something like scratching. There was a bang, as if something was being hit, and I probably dropped the receiver. I could hear groaning and vomiting over the other end, repeating an abnormal
もし
noise.
もしもしもし前原さん、もしもーし。
I knew how far away my voice would sound on the other end, but I couldn't help but shout. At that moment, I heard whispering coming from the other end. I couldn't tell what he was saying. From the way he was saying it, was he talking to himself? Or was he talking to someone
もし
there?
もし前原さん。
Rather than whispering, it was some kind of mantra he was chanting over and over. I focused my senses trying to pick up what he was saying. What was he repeating? What exactly? Beep. Suddenly, the line went dead. Did he use up his time? It was because of the payphone. It was because it cut out so abruptly. The last thing he said came out clearly to my mind.
おいさん、車は OK っす。おいさん。
ごめんなさい。
おいさん。
It was what he was repeating over and over again. He said, I'm sorry. I had a gut feeling there was no longer a need to hurry. I could hear the chirp of the Higurashi spilling from the open window. I should be able to hear them at this time. I wasn't even paying any attention. Why did I focus on them all of a sudden? Were they trying to tell me something? Only the Higurashi knew. That's how I felt. Wait! Come back! Come back. Come back. Come back. June 1983. In Hinamizawa, a remote village during years, there was a murder involving 2 female students. The suspect is Keiichi Maibara, aged 1X. Okay, so we don't know his... The suspect followed over his 2 female classmates, Reina and Mion, to his house and beat them to death with a metal bat. The scene of the crime scene to suspect the room was on the 2nd floor of his house. The inside of the room was covered in significant quantity of splattered blood, and there were signs of a struggle with the victims. In addition to the scene of the crime in the entryway and the kitchen, all had traces of a struggle. The entryway, a shoe rack, and the wall had evidence of being impacted by a strong blunt force. It is believed to have been the same bat used as a murder weapon. Having no traces of blood, it's believed the disruption occurred before the murders. There's a possibility the suspect overpowered his victims to keep them from fleeing. In the living room, a rug had been pulled back and then thrown aside. It is hard to believe that this had a connection to the struggle with the victim, and thus the reason remains unknown. In the kitchen, a garbage bag was torn apart and its contents were spread about the floor. Garbage was strewn about in the surrounding area, and handprints believed to be belonging to the suspect were discovered. It is believed that the suspect had some reason to take out the garbage and stuck it with his fist. The reason remains unknown. In addition, there was a note stuck on the fridge that says, "Was there a needle?" written on it. The meaning behind this remains unclear. Just in case, the garbage was searched, but a needle was not discovered. Though the garage door was functional, it had been left open ever since the suspect moved in. The garage door was found closed. The suspect's fingerprints were discovered on the garage door. The reason behind this remains unknown. The suspect fled the scene of the crime. However, a patrolling officer, Hinamizawa local PD, found the suspect collapsed inside the phone booth. At the time of the discovery, the suspect was unconscious and in critical condition. He was rushed to the local hospital for treatment, but did not regain consciousness and died 24 hours later. Shit, so Keiichi's dead. Fuck. The results of the autopsy and the immediate cause of death had been from whatever that word is, shock. Yeah, shock. There was a shock. Cool. Yeah, I can read. Oh, shit. Yep. However, due to the wishes of local authorities, it's confidential. Due to the abnormal nature of the death, it was suspected that drugs were involved, but as with Tobitsuki-san, no traces were found. What prompted all of this remains inexplainable. As such, the case was treated as an act of committed impulse. However, with separate accounts of bizarre behavior leading up to this incident, it's possible that this was premeditated. Separated from his group of friends, isolation, unexpected behavior. Several days before the incident, the suspect began carrying around a metal bat. The suspect was observed displaying aggressive behavior, as well as talking to himself at school. His classmates had actually heard portions of what he was saying. 2 days before the incident, the suspect declared to his parents the possibility of his death. Due to the circumstances, the police began an investigation on the possibility that a crime was not committed on impulse, but instead planned several days in advance. Afterwards, a note was found in the suspect's room and he had written to himself. The note was written on 2 pieces of B3 college rule paper that had been torn in half, as if trying to conceal it. It was stuck behind the clock on the wall. The contents are written in the appendix. The police believe that it is strongly related to the incident. The police changed their line of investigation based on the possibility that the suspect was involved in some sort of incident himself. However, no further clues were found, casting doubt on the credibility of the note. Was the crime impulsive or premeditated? With the situation unclear, no further developments of the case were labeled as unresolved. However, the following year, suspicion arose regarding the nature of the note. The note was not written on 2 halves of paper from 2 separate sheets, but originally was a single sheet of B3 paper, or B5, sorry. In order to erase several lines in the middle, someone had torn them out. Judging from the size of the letters, missing sections estimated to be 2-3 lines. It's highly probable that the person who eliminated these lines in question is not the suspect. In addition, judging from the trace of large quantities of sellotape tape stuck to the back of the clock, speculation that something other than the note was stuck here has arisen. The person who first discovered the crime detector rumored that the connection and incident Oishi. He underwent voluntary questioning, but denies involvement in any damages to the note. The suspect's note. I, Keiichi Maibara, am in fear of my life. I do not know why they are after my life. The only thing I know is that it has to do with the Oyashiro-sama's curse. Reina and Mion are conspirators of the perpetrators. There are 4 or 5 adults, maybe more. They have a white van. This was on the first sheet. The section below has been ripped out. This is from the second sheet. The section above that has been ripped out. I have no idea why it become like this. If you're reading this, then I am probably already dead, though you may or may not find my body. If you are reading this, please uncover the truth. That is my only desire. Keiichi Maibara. No, that is not it. Fuck yourself. Fuck yourself. No way. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. What the hell? Extra? I think this is shit I'll look into on my own time, because I don't... Fuck, man. Fuck. Fuck. Dude. 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 Oh my god. I hate it here. No. Game describes horrible death and other morbid things. Also, game sparkly sound effects. Well, you say it's sparkly sounds, but that's the cries of the Higurashi. Well, I guess that is that for Higurashi. Higurashi Chapter 1! You see, there's actually more chapters in the Higurashi saga. Higurashi Chapter 1 was merely just it was free in the store. Now that means that there's the next chapter, which is Chapter 2, Watanagashi. And this is bullshit because Mion and Rina are alive according to the screenshots. I don't get it. But one day we'll do it. One day we'll do it. I fucking love this game, okay? This is a fantastic visual novel. And I'm not saying that I'm gonna be honest. This is better than Doki Doki. Like, Doki Doki did some shit to me, but this game, this hits different. This made me question things. This made me think a lot. This made me think what was real, what was not real, and it portrays human instincts and human emotions so goddamn well. This is not just a fantastic visual novel. This is a fantastic story. I want to know what Chapter 2 brings. I want to know what the whole story brings. I'll have to definitely get into playing the second chapter soon, because I want to know what more happens. This is fucking fantastic. Getting me invested. If you want, Jordan, you can play the first chapter. It is free on Steam. If you do decide to do this, I'm going to give you one tip that I did not get until my friend Shoto joined in the first stream earlier. After every chapter, you're given tips, which at first may seem like, oh, who cares about tips? Read the tips. You want to read the tips. They are either super important or they open your eyes to more things in Higurashi. It is so fucking good. It's like doing Yakuza sub-stories. Like, you don't have to do them, but when you do, oh my god, does it feel worth it? Oh my god. This is so good. Okay. Yes. This is fantastic. I highly recommend. I can't recommend this enough. I'll have to definitely play the fucking second chapter. I'll have to buy the second chapter whenever I can, but I think I'm going to be playing some other games first and trying to get that done, getting my backlog lower, and then I'll buy chapter 2, and then we'll play that for stream, and we'll have a lot of fun with that. Also, Mario Party is really fun. The Mario Party on the Switch, I'd assume? Cucked Manny. Sounds about right. Alright, since we are done with the visual novel for now and done with the stream, might as well find someone to host/raid. So you know the hidden blocks you can find, right? Oh god. What have you done? I'm gonna just keep in mind. Found 2 stars in them. Goddamn, how about that? Who do we want to raid? I don't know who we want to raid, to be honest with you. Oh, you know what? Let's see. I know who we're gonna. He has a clip on Twitter. I'll have to take a look at it then. Raid. There we go. Raid. I need to figure out how to say her name. I feel like a jerk. But anyways, she is streaming Code Vein, aka the best Souls game, obviously, because Dark Souls doesn't exist. The next stream I do, let's see, I'm either gonna do either a random multiplayer game, like maybe Final Fantasy or Monster Hunter Rise, or we'll play another single player game. We'll either play more Final Fantasy 7R, or more Yakuza 5. One of those 2 potential ideas. But yeah, hope y'all have a good night or afternoon or whatever when you're seeing this. Have a good one. I'll see y'all whenever I see y'all.